Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. I am excited and sad to say that for this week, only this week, this is my last day co-hosting the event. Again, just for this week, because tomorrow is the Experts Boot Camp, and I'm emceeing the entire weekend. So I can't be in 2 places at once. But just so you know, we have Ani and Monica being our host and co-host tomorrow. So you'll be in good hands tomorrow. But for today, I do want to say welcome to day 4. And my co-host today is Lori. How do you say your last name, Lori?
Chenyer.
Chenyer. Okay. I was like, I'm going to get that wrong. I say it differently in my head every single time.
That's okay. It's a Hungarian name. It actually means one who rings the bell.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right? Yeah.
I'm guessing at some point in your lineage, somebody's got a bell.
Well, as the story goes, my family came from royalty.
Ooh.
And so during the time in Budapest, when there is a war going on, people would go to ring this bell so that the royalty could leave first and be safe.
Oh, that's what the bell was for.
So that's the story anyway.
I love it.
Yeah.
So, Lori, so our audience knows a little bit more about you and where you're coming from today. Can you tell us a little bit about you?
Sure. I'm a part-time addictions instructor. I teach it online, which is really good. And from there, I took addictions and I took it into a different focus. And so now I speak on addictions of the mindset and how we become addicted to the stories that we tell ourselves and the emotions, and how we're trying to create a life from that place, and how it doesn't work that well when you're from there. So I'm also an author. I do a lot of different modalities that I'm trained in, and I'm running and hosting a writers retreat in June. So I'm looking forward.
Where is that?
It is in Revelstoke, BC.
Okay, so I would need a flight out there. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Last night, I was just saying, I was like, you know what? I'm turning 40 in January.
Oh.
And last year for my birthday, it was not great. Just wasn't. So I'm like, when I turn 40, instead of having a big birthday party and celebrating, I want to go on a retreat somewhere. Dear universe, I'm sitting on the couch last night going, dear universe,
Right.
Where do I want to go?
Oh, see, and now
Let me a retreat.
Right now I'm talking about retreats. So yeah, I'll be speaking a lot about how to clear your mind and use different techniques so that you can sit down and write your story without the inner critic getting in the way. And yeah, so a lot of interaction. And then there'll be people who are very skilled in marketing talking about that and illustrating. So I'm looking forward to doing that. And, you know, you mentioned your birthday. It's my birthday this month. But one of the things that I do on the date of my birthday every month is I remember to celebrate me. So that it's not just a once in the year thing. Then it helps me have a more positive mindset and to focus on, you know, self-care. It's like, oh, what am I going to do this month to celebrate me?
Oh, so you mean the 21st of every month I should be like, I'm going to celebrate me, which is Monday.
Yes.
And after a week of crazy event and my schedule being, oh my God, that is definitely my rest day. It'll be a me day.
Yeah. So on the 21st of each month, celebrate you, do something special.
Oh, that's so funny. And I'm curious now. Oh, I don't have next year's calendar. I'm wondering if the 21st is on a Monday in January, because sometimes I share a day with Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, ooh, I love that.
Right.
Because that whole energy of just like the love, the dreams, the beliefs, and having people open up versus being so closed or too focused on something in the wrong direction. It's It's like, I like that energy for my birthday as I whack my leg.
Well, and they say that's the best day to set goals or intentions, not on New Year's. Do it on the day of your birthday because they'll stick more.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what they say.
We got to love and hate they. So I'm going to introduce myself as well because I keep forgetting to do that. Hello, everyone. I am Laura Lake. I am your host for this show, but I also do run my own business. I do this for Corey because I love it, absolutely love it, but it aligns with everything that I do. So I believe in, with the whole Martin Luther King energy here, I believe in courageous connection. And really what that looks like is to do marketing, to share your story to an audience that you want to serve. You're actually trying to serve that old version of you who felt that pain. But unless you courageously connect to that old version of you and love them just as they are, without changing them, that's the hard part, just as they are, then it is very difficult to go through the multiple steps that happen before you get your audience to know, like, and trust you. So courageous connection is about starting the know, like, and trust with yourself so you can create that space to get to know, like, and trust your audience as a reflection of that old version of you. And then naturally they learn to know, like, and trust themselves because of your clarity and authenticity. And then all that know, like, and trust naturally comes back to you. So that's where the marketing comes in, and like the health, the wellness, the mindset, the storytelling, it all intertwines. I'm all about mental health. And I think that's why we connect so well, Lori.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I'm all about that too. I have a coaching program called Infinity Mindset Coaching.
Ooh.
So that it will always keep going in any area, right?
I want to dance now. Oh, right. Who did we have? Oh, it was Tuesday. We were talking to Jassia, and she's a dancer, so she likes to share her message through dance.
Oh, nice.
I feel like dancing this week.
Oh, okay. There's so many ways that not only do we share our messages, but the universe is sharing messages. And we need to be open to that. So often we're pushing away what we need.
Yep. So, Lori, you mentioned being a writer. You also mentioned speaking and coaching and that kind of stuff. I want to ask you a bunch of questions, but they're going to be around the idea of how have you already shared your message? But then I also want to know how you want to share your message that you haven't tried yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So tell me about the different ways that you've shared already. I think you said writing and speaking, and this is podcasting. So obviously you're doing that. What does that look like for you? What are those in your life?
They're all great. I've done a lot of podcasts, actually. I also share my message through improv theater, and you were talking about connections, right? And so wherever I'm going, whatever I'm doing, they all have an opportunity for me to share my message. Mm-hmm. So, for example, I'm part of an improv dinner theater group. Which so I love to do. It's so much fun. And then at the end, when the cast comes out, we get to say a little bit of who we are and what we're doing. So it's another way, because the audience is already uplifted and in energy. And when you're uplifted, your mind becomes more curious and open to hearing and receiving. So that's one way. And then I do have an agent through the acting world. And so then again, I'm able to sit and connect with all kinds of people. I listen to their stories and go, oh, how might that fit with me? And who can I connect that person with? And so even if it's not my story personally, I get to be that magnet that kind of, shoots the energy off to other people too, if that makes sense. So those are some other ways that I've connected. And then I teach, and so I have a lot of students all over Canada. And so they hear my message, they Google me, they get excited, they will tell when they're going out on practicum, They will mention what I do, and then I get business contacts through making a connection with my students.
Yep. Oh, that makes me miss the NSCC. So here in Nova Scotia, we have a community college that is like a chain of community colleges now all over the province. It's called the Nova Scotia Community College, hence NSCC.
Yeah.
I'm an alumni, and I used to be part of the program advisory council for, I think, like 13 years, 10 years, something like that, a long time.
Yeah.
But then since I left architecture and I'm into the business, marketing, storytelling kind of side, I didn't feel right being on the program advisory council for the drafting program anymore. So like, I stopped doing it. But I miss the community. I miss the students. I miss the conversations, the industry nights, like all the stuff that they do, because I love watching them grow. It's just beautiful.
Yes. Yeah. That's one of the gifts of being an instructor. And I've had some students from the East, from Nova Scotia, a couple from Newfoundland. So not too often do we get students, but we do have an online college there as well in Nova Scotia. So we do get some students, but it is nice because you get to know them at a deeper level, and we can take off these labels. So even student is a label, right? Mm-hmm. And we get to know them as Laura and Laurie. And that's the way that we should be knowing more people, by the label of which they are born. Their given label, their name.
That is the main reason why I've been trying so hard the last few years to pronounce people's names properly, to remember their names, because I'm not great at remembering names, but I will remember your face if I talked to you at a bus stop 10 years ago.
Right.
I just can't place you. So now I'm just like, I get that it may not seem important to me. Like, you as a human being is more important to me than your name, but to you, it's important. And so now I'm trying to do my best to respect you the way that you like to be respected, even though it's not one of my highest values.
Well, there's a whole story centered around our name and how we define ourselves by that name, and the energetic value of that as well.
Yeah. It's like yesterday, I met this model at Halifax Fashion Week that my daughter just fell in love with immediately. And so did I. And we were separated and we both fell in love with the same lady. So then she came on for an interview yesterday, and we didn't know how to pronounce her name. So we just called her Yuhi. But it's actually, and I'm going to overthink it again, but hold on. I think is how you say it properly. I never would have guessed that. I'm unfamiliar with the Chinese language. I don't know what their vowels and consonants sound like.
Right. Yeah.
So when she told me, I think I tried it about 10 times. And instead of taking up half the interview to try to pronounce her name, I was like, we're just going to continue, but I'm going to keep practicing. Yeah. And you should have seen her face when I said it right the first time. She's like, oh, it was so cute. So cute.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of a little joke that there's this pig and this chicken, and they're walking down the street, and they're just having a great time because the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day, and they're friends. And all of a sudden, the chicken looks up and he goes, "Hey, pig, look, we've made it. Our name is in lights." And the pig looks up and it says, "Bacon and eggs." And the pig says to the chicken, "Well, it's okay for you. You only have to be half in, but I need to be all in." So the moral of the story is to set your day. And are you all in and invested in your life and what you do? So you telling that story about how you really recognize that it was important to her, you're all in.
Yeah. Oh, and then have you met she tells people to pronounce her name Michaela now. She used to go by Mickey.
Yes.
As part of Blue Talks. Yeah. So then I think it was the last Blue Talks event. She had explained why she made the changes. And I'm like, well, is that actually how you pronounce your name? And she's like, no, it's actually Hebrew name. It's Michaela. I was like, oh, I'm familiar with those sounds. So I said it right back. And she was just like, oh, I I love when we can respect each other like that. I love when we can make the extra effort to make the other person feel loved and valued and just supported.
Well, that's what, vibing is all about, right? They say, what's your vibe? Your vibe, I feel, needs to be how people feel after they've met you.
Yeah. And if
Right?
we tie that into everything that we're talking about today, this week, and even this weekend, it's about the vibe behind the message. It
Yes.
doesn't necessarily have to be the perfect words. You don't have to articulate it with AI precision. Like,
Right?
if you can convey the energy and intention that you want in your message, great. Like, that's
Yeah.
a wonderful starting place. Just get started. Like, I've had so many friends, including myself, want to do things like the all in and the half in, as you were saying with the chicken and the pig. So many times we want to do things like share our message, but maybe we're afraid to be vulnerable. Maybe we're afraid to say the wrong thing. Maybe we're afraid that it's not clear enough and that we might just ramble.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're first getting started, it's just like when you start walking or when you ride a bike or drive a car or go to college and do whatever it is that you did there. You
Right?
have to start somewhere. So then what is that energy behind the message and how can you practice that to just keep getting better at it?
Yeah. And we really, it's about consistency, right? And showing up and, being connected.
Consistency is not my forte, but I know why now. And I love that you're calling me out, but unintentionally you didn't know. Because I had a lot of those fears of showing up fully. Because in my mind, showing up fully was dangerous in certain ways.
Mm.
Maybe the people that I love, right? I've said this before, and I love him dearly, and he loves me back. But my husband is not supportive of my business. He doesn't know anything about what I do now. And it's not that he doesn't love me, because we've talked about that a lot, and it
Right.
hurts. But it's because this whole idea of entrepreneurship, whatever it was that I chose, was scary for him. And so in my mind, I would play stories like, if I'm too much of myself or too successful, then he'll leave me. Right.
Mm.
And I would lose that aspect of my identity because I didn't know how to separate the roles, the hats, the names, the
Right.
labels that we were saying earlier,
Yeah.
to figure out who I am without all of this. Who would I be on a deserted island?
That's why I love the books written by Byron Katie. Who are you without your story?
I wonder if that's the gentleman that I saw a reel about this morning. It was in black and white.
Lady. It's a lady.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Most of the Byrons I know are male. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a lady, Byron Katie. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's and she does like amazing work with really getting people to understand that, we're carrying this story and who are we without that? Can we be uncomfortable with the comfortableness of our story and let go of that and tell a new story, which is in a way kind of what I talk about through addictions, right? And how we have the story and we're usually running away from something instead of running towards ourselves.
Oh, okay. I get so excited. I was watching a YouTube video this morning and I was having some insights while watching it. So I tend to write myself notes and just send them to me in Facebook Messenger. Do you mind me reading what I wrote myself this morning?
No, sure.
Okay. So I'm just going to plain old read it.
Yep.
You've always had enough. On those days with no heat, no water, no food, you still had enough because you were still here. The question now is, enough for what? The what is what you're currently focused on. Are you just trying to survive? You'll have enough to survive because this is what you've set your minimum standard, or set for your minimum standard. Dreams do not adjust your minimum standard. They open up possibilities to see other standards, yet it's your job to build up your standards to meet your dreams. In doing so, you inspire and show others to do the same, which only amplifies and supports your current standards. So I ask again, enough for what?
Mhm.
And I was like, oh my God.
That's very powerful.
I know. That's why I have to write myself notes, because if I don't, then 5 minutes later I forget because I get excited about something else.
Right? Yeah, I do that too often. If I don't have a pen or paper around, I save it in my phone and then email it to me.
Well, my problem now is my thoughts will go so fast, I can't write that fast.
Mm.
Or if I can, it's so messy. I can't read what I wrote anyway. So what was the point? So for my phone, I swipe text. So I don't
Right.
even have to click. It's just whoop, 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 and it gets done so much faster.
Oh, well, that's good. We need a pen that you click it and it's a recorder.
Ooh.
Let's invent that.
Oh,
Maybe there's already one out there.
there is. There is.
Okay, well, there you go. But, I think that we kind of focus on solving problems all the time. And, you could even call that kind of an addiction, right? Because
Yes.
what doesn't work with that is when we're focusing on the problem, we're using the energy from that problem to motivate yourself, right?
Yep.
And then what happens if you solve that problem? What's going to motivate you? Well, then you create another problem, right? And so it's like we really need to shift that and start looking at solutions, right?
Exactly. It reminds me of, do you watch anything from Abraham Hicks?
Yes.
I think you did. Do you know the laying the pipe story?
Yes.
Okay. So for those who don't know, she's basically talking about this fountain that she has in her yard, and it got so clogged with the type of soil where she was living that it was less work and less effort to lay new pipes than to try to dig up the old pipes, chisel out all of the stuckness everywhere, clean it all out, and then put it all back. She's like, let's just try laying new pipes. It's like, oh, again, I love those metaphors and analogies that just help to visualize things that
Yes.
aren't that first thing.
Right?
Yeah.
I actually have a sign in my Jeep that a friend of mine brought back from an Abraham Hicks cruise. And it's one of those signs where you put it in your window and you can see it, but people on the outside can't see the message. So
Yeah.
that whenever I look down, I can see it. And it says, things are always working out for me. And so even when we're worried and stressed, that's working out for you because you're learning something from it.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's really interesting how that kind of shows up and it's a reminder in your life. It's like, wait a minute, like, how could this be something that does work out? And it kind of sets a pause button for us and calms down our parasympathetic nervous system. I had to throw in some biology for us this morning.
Ooh, just bringing in some personal stories behind the scenes. You and I were talking about how my daughter's at school having issues right before we go live with her breathing and anxiety. And I'm just like, oh my God. So we were trying to give breathwork suggestions, because what do? She can't walk home. It's a 2.5 hour walk. It's not
Yeah.
happening. And then my husband works an hour away in the city.
Yeah.
So by the time he gets back, she would be just coming home from school on the bus anyway. So it's like, oh my God, trying to work it out in the moment.
Yeah.
A little harder. And it's funny because you can watch the patterns of somebody else. We didn't even speak verbally because she couldn't. She was having breathing issues.
Yeah.
But in text, I could see her leveling of anxiety. I could see what she was focused on. I could see where she was going wrong. But we don't see it in the moment.
No.
So I'd love to take this and layer it onto that discussion of how we're sharing our message. I want to know if you've ever had any anxiety about maybe writing a book for the first time, or being on your first podcast, or being on your first stage. How did you deal with that?
Well, actually, I've never had it.
Never?
No, that's not been a part of my my personality characteristic. And I think about that a lot. Like, where did that come from?
Okay.
And I think that that was one of my gifts from childhood. I didn't have the safest childhood. I had to really learn how to trust in me because I was very alone. My family had a huge narrative of addictions. And so I was younger than siblings, and my parents were also had their own issues. And so I really learned that it was just me. That was what I felt like, right? And so I haven't had anxiety. So I can't relate to that. I just go and do things and go, oh, okay, well, I take a little bit of that. I don't like that. All right. Don't like this experience at all. What's next? So it's kind of foreign to me.
But what it sounds like is that you take it that step beforehand and you recognize what you don't like. And instead of telling yourself, I should, or I could, or I would, all the coulda, shoulda, wouldas, you just go, this isn't for me. And then you move on. Oh, this I like. I can keep going this direction. Oh, no, this part's not for me. And right away, you do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that's not usually the norm.
No.
Like, somebody told us to.
It's not, but I do see that as being the norm in a particular population of people.
Yeah.
So, like we all have our own norms too that we're set at, right? And so, like, when I see it within the population of people who are living through an addiction, it is their norm to be able to really know and trust and to be very intuitive and to read the outside world, right?
Yeah.
Be outside of yourself and go, okay, well, don't think I'm going to like that. I think I'll like this. I'll take a little bit of that over there. And so I think it depends on the lens of which we're seeing our world too.
I love that. So then I'm going to rephrase. Are there any ways of sharing your message that you haven't done yet that you would love to do?
I'm sure there are, but you'll have to kind of like probe me because I'm not sure what they are. I mean, I'm doing a retreat, and so I'm sharing it that way. I've done podcasts. I've mentioned the different things already that I've done. So I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. So along that same discussion of retreats, with my thoughts from last night being on the couch saying, universe, give me a retreat. Right. I was thinking that it doesn't have to look exactly the way that I'm used to thinking of retreats.
Right.
Part of me just wants to find a place that feels good for my soul. So like either something that looks different from my house, more on the luxury side, or something that is much more cozy, country kind of style. Just it needs to look different than my norm.
Well,
right. I just want to be out of my understanding, my comfort.
Are you seeking, though, an internal retreat so that you're energized that way and you need to unplug? Or are you seeking an external retreat where you're going to get your energy from being around like-minded people and feed yourself that way?
Both. So what I'm thinking is if I just find a place that I like and I rent that place is going to have multiple beds, and I just go, do other heart-centered entrepreneurs, solopreneurs like me want to have a retreat? There are no speakers. There's no schedule. There's nothing like that. The only thing I'm asking is that we all have time together where we block out and go, what do you need help with? What do you need support with? And freely share our expertise and support the best we can in that moment. And then also sharing, here's what I'm really good at. I would love to share something along this lines that might be helpful to you. You guys get to decide out of my expertise, what is it that you want me to teach you? And then we just do it. And then we have dinner together. We can have breakfast together. We explore the house and just chill together, have alone time, together time, and
sounds like a big camp, like a camping party with friends, people.
But in the middle of the winter, camping is not fun.
Well, it depends on your narrative and what makes it fun for you.
I'm cold, so no, it'll not be. Gotta have a fireplace or a hot tub or sauna to keep me something to keep me warm.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, because I will
and
not be outside if it's too cold. I just won't.
yeah,
Yeah,
well, you are a winter-born baby, right?
I know, but it drives me crazy. It's like getting wet. If I don't choose to be wet, then when I go in the rain and it starts raining, no. But if I know it's raining and I choose to go in the rain, I have a lot of fun.
Oh,
If I don't
okay,
choose it, then I feel miserable.
right?
It's like, I need to choose it. Let me choose it.
Yeah.
So I'm
So it's,
thinking,
go
go ahead.
ahead. Well, I was just going to ask you, is there any way that you haven't shared your message yet that you're inspiring to share?
There's a few ways. So I have been asked for years to start a podcast. And
Okay.
I'm like, it's too much energy. But it was mostly because I didn't want to do it the way that I saw other people doing it.
Mm,
I wanted to do it my way, and I felt that I should do it a different way. And that should kept stopping me. And now I finally decided I'm just going to do it the way that I want to do it. And if people like it, great. And if people don't like it, then don't listen.
yeah.
Plain and simple. So podcast is coming, but I'm super busy at the moment. So after all these events are over, I'll start planning again.
Yes.
But then I've also loved painting and art.
Mhm.
And I have this idea that, so I read eyes. I'm not sure if you know that. I've
Yeah.
had people literally send me this
Uh-huh.
of somebody that I've never met. And they go, you think you're so good? And then they send me like this little block photo of somebody's eyes.
Oh,
And then
cool.
I send
Yeah.
them back this wall of text of what I see in that person's eyes because they
Yeah.
thought I was reading facial expressions.
It's just the eyes.
It's
Because,
just the eyes. And then they would be like, how do you know that? Just looking in somebody's eyes. It was like, I don't know. It's just intuition, inner knowing. It's like saying I'm wearing a floral shirt. It's obvious. It's right there. So I want to do paintings of eyeballs, but not the creepy kind where it's super close. Making the eyeballs kind of look like space.
okay.
And then you know how we have all those little lines in our eyes?
Yeah.
I want to write affirmations, declarations, motivational quotes specific to the person that I am doing the commission for. So these
Oh,
would not be prints that you get to buy because they're
yeah.
personalized. I'm also doing the colors that you like based on what you need for your future self because I did color psychology a lot in architecture.
Okay.
And I do something that I call cellular manipulation, but I don't really know what it is, some sort of intuitive Reiki. I don't know. So I'm going to be using my hands and basically painting the canvas as if I was healing your body. So if
Nice.
you picture me as a ghost and you're standing there, sitting there, Lori, and let's
Mhm.
say you said you had some issues, I don't know, breathing. I usually go in and I start with your spine because your spine houses all the nerves. So then
Right.
I go and I look at your head, I look at your neck, I look at your spine, and I pretend that my hands are going right into your body and messing with all of your vertebrae and
Okay.
all of your nerves. And then I pretend that I'm an individual cell and I'm manipulating the energy of your individual cells. Once I've made adjustments, sometimes I'll see like wood in somebody's neck or a piece of metal sticking out. And so I'll remove it and I'll repair your skin and your system and that kind of stuff. So I
Mhm.
will do that kind of energy work into the coloring behind all the eyes. So it's a very personal painting
Wow.
of your soul, of your future self in this space eyeball.
I really like that. It feels very powerful because,
Yeah,
as they always say, the eyes are the window to the soul,
exactly. But
right?
then behind the painting, I would have a written out thing of what I have seen in the person's eyes,
Yeah.
basically a love note to them, because I do that in every notebook that I have. I always write a love note on the first couple pages.
Okay.
right?
Nice. Yeah.
Of what I need to hear on those days that I'm not doing good. Because not every day is a good day. So it's like, what have I overcome? What am I struggling with right now? What did I just finish overcoming with the last notebook?
Right.
How do I support that as we move forward? And then kind of do that in painting and in a handwritten note for that person.
Well, now you need an accountability partner to make this happen.
It's like one thing at a time. One of my biggest issues is the consistency because I have so many ideas. I'm super creative and I will try to do it at a high level and high standards because yay, perfectionism. And then I do so much planning that I don't leave myself enough time to execute on any of these.
Mm.
And then it never pans out the way that I had hoped. And then I get down on myself because I did that to myself. And then I feel bad and I get back into my cycle. So now that I've recognized this cycle, I'm trying my best to be like, no, Laura, I love you so much. I know you want a Canada-wide festival, but let's just try Halifax in one location next year. Let's start there. Can we start there? Yeah, I think we can start there.
Yeah. Well, talking to yourself is good, right? Answering those questions. Whenever we try something new, there's a part of us, the ego likes to keep us safe. But have you ever noticed how when something presents itself and it's asking you to step out of your comfort zone, we fill our mind with, well, I don't know if I can do it. What if this happens? What if that happens? And we all have all these questions, but do we give ourselves permission to write the answer to that question in a way, like you were saying, will actually help your future self?
Yep. And it's really hard, but I really love those self-awareness questions.
Right? Yeah.
Since we're talking about ways to share our message, I'm not an email person because I feel as though it's impersonal.
Yeah.
That's why I love video. I love that kind of stuff. I can see you. I can feel you. But what I do like when it comes to email is I want to start an email list because no, I don't have one because I hate email.
Yeah.
Is I want to start like a weekly subscription type email that says every Monday you get one awareness question. It's short and sweet. It'll take you less than a minute to read. And if it's not my awareness question, I will give credit on who came up with that awareness question. And then that's it. Here's your one awareness question. Just have it in your mind. You don't even have to journal if you don't want to. Just have it in your mind that week. And then that's it.
Yeah, that would be great. I do that with my students. I call them a discussion post.
Ooh.
So it can be tied into something maybe I'm teaching, or just like what is one thing that you've heard from lecture or through a friend this week that will either help you where you're at today or help a future client? Because we're, in my field, of course, we're still trying to get them into graduating and doing their practicum, but it gives them something to talk about, right? We're not sharing our energy by communicating verbally anymore. Like you say, it's, email and technology and online. And there's a real lack of connection that I think that we don't get, that we don't understand sometimes.
Yeah. And that's what I stand for, is the connection.
Yeah.
I'm not perfect at it. Oh my God, I know that I'm not. But I know that it was the thing that I needed to learn, was to connect with myself so I can connect with other people better. So now that is a major value, is the courage and the connection and the love. So side note, family is not my number one value. It's not even top 10. Because to me, I feel love is a higher value and I can love my family, but just because you're blood doesn't mean I love you.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like family, no. Love, yes. But if we take that concept and we apply it to something like the email, where I feel as though there isn't that connection, then my mind starts to go, how do I get creative? And how do I use my values to make this process more aligned?
Very good. Yes, because love is a consciousness. Doesn't necessarily mean that love needs to be an emotion. It's a consciousness. It's a way of thinking and feeling. And, what you were saying there about, your values and how you came into connection. I've heard this a lot, and maybe you have too, that when anybody sits down to be an entrepreneur and they're thinking, okay, what is something that I can do to offer the world? They're actually fulfilling what they needed in this lifetime for their own journey.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And so it's like I do a lot of work with what people are labeled as at-risk youth. And I like to say, well, they're at risk for success, right? Just to change that whole narrative. But, I did a lot of healing of being that kid, right? And being what I thought was disconnected, but it was one of the greatest gifts that I could have ever asked for, is to really be connected to who I am and to give myself permission to do the different things without feeling anxiety.
That part right there, it's the disconnected from the self, and then your authenticity. So I'm writing a talk, as I have cat hair in my nose. I'm writing a talk for a live event in 2 weeks, week and a half. Okay, a week and a half from now, and it's talking about fear. And in the story, I talk a lot about my story of rejection.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that I do storytelling with people is it's not about the thing that happened. It's about the emotion within that story from my perspective of the thing, right?
Okay, yeah.
So then that way I don't always have to tell that origin story. It evolves because my relationship with rejection evolves.
Oh.
But really, in the end of this talk, for those who can't be there live, and I know that's many of you, is that underneath it all was me just not understanding my authenticity, because I was too busy trying to be safe and trying to be perfect and trying to be what other people wanted me to be, that I just didn't do that practice. I didn't know. And now I'm starting to learn that, unfortunately, in my 30s instead of in my teens, maybe.
Well, there's nothing unfortunate about it. You're learning it at the most powerful time when you recognize there's learning from it. Right? Mm-hmm. And we get very good at not needing the very things that we do need. We push it away.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember where I first heard this. It's something along the lines of, you have to give what it is that you want. So if I want love, I have to give love. If I want appreciation, I have to give appreciation.
Yeah, I've heard that too, and I don't know where it first came from, but that's okay. It's nice that that message is being out there in many different ways, right? Yeah. And, that's one of the gifts, I think, about connection. When you asked, well, how do you put your story out there? You allow other people to put your story out there.
Ooh, so where that is evolving in why storytelling is so important is the conversations that I've had probably in the last year or so have really started to emphasize that storytelling helps to give people a language. Not necessarily permission to share their stories, but most of the time what's happening behind not feeling like we have permission is we don't even have the words. We don't have that energetic understanding. We don't have the verbiage. We don't have the language. There's just something missing for us to communicate it before we ever even give ourselves permission to do it.
And yet we're communicating our story all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Through behaviors, through actions, through clothes that we wear,
Yes. Oh, I had mentioned that. I don't think it was this week. Maybe it was a different week where we're talking about different ways to share a message. Oh, no, it was. It was with... I'm just going to overthink it for a while. I'm going to practice for so many weeks, but that's okay. Yeah. Next time I see her, it'll be fine. But even the idea of fashion being a way in which you can share your message.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. And then we talked about dancers, we talked about artists, we talked about singers. Some people do children's books. Maybe you do DIY crafting. Ooh, one of my other ones is I love to cosplay.
Oh.
So, shh. But I will be dressed up this weekend at the Experts Boot Camp. But I am not telling anybody what I'm wearing. It will be tasteful, of course. But I mostly because I don't even know what I'm gonna wear yet. But I will be dressed up. It is Halloween very shortly. And this time of year, I'm used to cosplaying a lot. So I kind of miss it.
Oh, well, very interesting. I'll get to see you when I get to pop in.
Yeah.
Costume. Yeah. But I'm thinking about what you were telling me earlier about your husband, that he doesn't get, the entrepreneurship and he doesn't get what you're doing, but we are our message. It's not about the verbal words. It's like what you were saying. It's about showing up as your authentic self. And so he believes and trusts in you enough that you are the message and you're going out and you're doing this. He doesn't need to know the hows and the whys and the workings of how it's showing up. It's like, okay, well, here's Laura and she's going to do this. Great. That's all he needs to know.
This week, what he sees is he's like, you're happier. Great. But you're also much busier. Like I haven't really seen him for more than an hour since Saturday.
Right.
And then come this weekend with the boot camp, I'm not going to see him. He works on Sundays as well, so he's gone all day.
Okay.
So I'm like, yeah, I have like 45 minutes between meetings tonight, dear. But other than that, like I'm sorry, I don't have time.
So, do you feel your life is busy or do you see your life as being full?
I see this week as being busy just because there's a whole bunch of events happening all at the same time.
But are there things that you've put there that you enjoy to do?
Exactly. That's the next part is it fills my soul.
Right?
I think it was the last event where we were practicing saying no for really easy things like, hey, Lori, do you want to go move to the moon with me and grow potatoes in an orchard? You're like, no thanks. But then this one lady asked, would you ever quit doing the show? And my gut just went, no. Like right from all the power down there. And that was the first time I had felt that powerful of a no.
Oh.
Long time. And that's when I realized just how much I love this and how much it feeds me.
Yeah, I know. That's why, I stop using the word busy in my life and I don't allow other people to refer to me as being busy. And I'll tell them and I'll say, you know what? My life is full because everything that I put there, I really immensely enjoy doing it. And so I can move it around, I can shift it. Mm-hmm. But think about what people are doing when they say they're busy. Generally, it's a lot of things and tasks that are not making them happy. I have to go get my dry cleaning. I got to go to groceries. I got to do this appointment. That's the busyness. That's the internal chatter that is taking us away from our internal self. And so it's like, no, I'm just going to start saying my life is full. Even if full means I've got 10 things to do in an hour, there are 10 things that I chose to put there.
I just realized that we should have our next guest, but I do not see them in the background. So I'm just going to double check emails and messages.
Well,
there's the NSCC that we were talking about earlier. Don't need that. No, I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, well, I'm enjoying just chatting with you, Laura Lake.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, we were having so much fun. I didn't even notice the time.
Right? Yeah.
It's been 50 minutes, and that was the first time I looked at the clock.
Oh, there. Doesn't seem like 15.
Yeah. Thinking, did I send emails? Yeah, I sent emails. Okay.
And I'm down for one of your retreats whenever you get that going.
I think for my birthday this year, just because I haven't worked a lot this year, and so my credit card is maxed. But then this week will help. I think I just want to. Hi, Sophie. There you are. Give me a minute. I want to just stick to Nova Scotia for now. But then, oh my God, next year I do want to go out to Edmonton, maybe BC. I went on honeymoon in BC, and I want to go back so bad.
Oh, okay. I don't live far from Edmonton. I used to live there for quite a long time.
So when I do the Facing Fears Festival, when I work up to a cross country one or
Yes.
the Alberta one, then it will be in Edmonton.
Oh, cool. Very good.
Yeah. So Sophie, thank you. Just give me thumbs up if you're ready to come up with us. Awesome. I was like, did I send an email? It's like, hopefully I did. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. My internet connection is back. I'm all good.
Oh, you lost internet. Oh no.
Just for a minute, but just the minute that counts always, right?
Oh my God. So usually what happens with these Blue Talks events is the first speaker of the week almost always has sound issues. And so lately I've had to like video call people on my phone.
I saw that. That was hilarious. You guys, you were so good. Just improvising, making it work.
You got to make it work. Exactly. So I have to address the paintings behind you because I love things like that and they will distract me. So I know they'll distract other people. Is that a vibe you're going for? Is that why you keep them behind you?
You know, it's Audrey Hepburn, and I'm a big fan of Audrey Hepburn. And initially, I put these behind me because when I changed the direction of my office, I got on a Zoom call and I said, oh, this looks very bland. So let me just put up something. And I've always had calendars of Audrey Hepburn lying around everywhere. So I just grabbed 2 pictures. I thought, okay, teal, pink, those are my colors. I'll do that. And it was just a temporary thing. And then the next Zoom call, people started asking me about her and why do I love her? And then I started talking and I realized, without even doing it on purpose, that she's really aligned with everything that I believe in and stand for,
Yep.
So I've kept it ever since. It's been 2 years. I have to like retape them once in a while. But it's a great conversation starter. And it's really been fun having her behind me.
Exactly. I figured most of the time when somebody has something like that behind them, it's related.
Yeah.
And so
it's
you just never know where the conversation's going to go. So I'm like, if I start with that, so for those people who are just going to keep eyeballing Audrey because she's gorgeous, then we'll address that so that maybe they can focus. But then also, I want to know the story.
Yeah, and it's nice, relief. People, if they're tired of looking at me, they can look at her and rest their eyes on something.
Oh, don't do that, Sophie.
I know. Oh.
So, Sophie, I love to start off every interview, and I should have done this with you, Lori, because we chatted for the last 45 minutes. Forgot to look at the clock, too, and you just happened to be here. Sophie, I like to ask a research question, but it also shakes things up so that I don't get your pre-programmed responses, but we already did that with Audrey. So, Sophie, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
I would like them to say that I am generous, that I am thoughtful, and thought-provoking.
Oh,
that would be a nice one. I was going to say caring, but that goes with the generous. So, yeah, those would be nice.
So then usually what I get is more than 3 words. So when you said caring, that does add to the energy. So I put those in brackets as like added notes. But the research part is just those 3 words. What are the words that people use? What is the energy behind those words? So I like that you said generous, thoughtful, and then I like this one, thought-provoking. What do those words have to do with your core message?
Well, let's start with generous. I'm an organized person, right? So like generous.
Don't be sorry. I love it. I have a spreadsheet right in front of me.
Oh, okay. That bad, huh? So generous. I think I've always been generous ever since I was a kid, and the core message that I have currently, in my work is really I want people to focus back on their generous side. My clients are mission-driven entrepreneurs, so they are generous people. They're here for what they can do for others. And I think that in our entrepreneurial world and with the marketing that's kind of around us as the what we should be doing, tend to get lost in that, and then gradually we start focusing on ourselves and our fears and our discombobulated selves, and forget about our generosity. And so I think if we refocus on our mission and on our generosity, that helps us to then share the wisdom we have with our audience, and that changes the whole energy we have with our prospects and the sales conversations, all these things that kind of make us smaller. Now I want us to blossom and embody this generosity. So that's the first.
I like that. And I feel that and sense that energy in you. Like, yeah, energetically, that you're very connected to that. And I like what you say about entrepreneurial and being generous, because entrepreneurs, I feel, come from a very creative mindset. And people, we give, and so I'll just talk about myself. Like, I'm creative and I have an entrepreneurial mindset, but I also have to work in a 9-to-5 type environment. And they can't necessarily understand the generosity that's coming through. And so they put a block or a shift in that.
Yes, I have lived through that for many, many years. I was 20 years in corporate, and yes, that side of me was completely stifled, like creating. I always tried to get into creative projects, even if it was just a minimal piece. But yeah, a lot of that gets squished. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to be that way. And even for entrepreneurs, I find, when we're generous and we want to give, people are like, no, don't give away this. You've got to charge for it and all this. It keeps bridling us, right? And I feel that needs to be unleashed so that it can shine, right? Yeah.
Yesterday, we actually just talked about that very thing. I was
Oh,
saying how I'm kind of rethinking about my own standards and my own habits of doing things. And one of them is that I don't want to have to hold back my knowledge.
Right.
Knowledge you can find basically anywhere on the internet.
Yeah.
What I do want to gatekeep a little bit is because it has to do with my mental health and my energy and my time, is when people want me to manipulate that knowledge and personalize it for them, that I don't want to short myself and say, let's not charge for that. No, those are the things that I charge for. But you want my knowledge? I'll put that on a blog. I'll do a video. I'll do these interviews. I'll share whatever you need in the moment.
Yeah. And that is generously sharing. Another gift that we have as entrepreneurs and as experts, as people who know a lot of things after a while, is the curating aspect. So even if you can find all the information everywhere, you have curated it. You have this person in front of you, and yes, you're not going to completely personalize it and do all the coaching work with them. But even the fact of sharing information, you've already selected what information they want. So you're bringing them huge value. And that's yeah.
Ooh, okay. I just thought of an analogy. I don't mind being somebody's Google search, because usually what happens is if you go to Google and you try to find answers, Google's not very good at giving you the right answers. It gives you what it thinks is right answers. But when you're talking to a human being,
Yes,
we can have that extra layer of understanding. So if you want to ask me a question, I don't mind being that person to curate all of my knowledge and go, what is it that you're actually saying, but without writing down or without telling me?
yes,
Right. And that's the answer I'm going to give you. I don't mind that at all.
exactly.
That's great. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a Google search. I could be somebody's Google search. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't get the coaching program.
Unless you pay for it. We have to make a living. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue to serve people. So that's why we have to. Well, I always think about when people have a problem with, charging and all this, your sponsoring, or your what's the word? You're financing the rest of the help you will give to people after.
Yeah.
But that sometimes can do the trick in terms of, removing that mindset block around pricing
Yeah.
or charging.
What I decided to do around that is because I wanted to help people like me who didn't have the money at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I also need to be mindful that I'm not a charity. I do not help. I serve.
Mm-hmm.
People hire me to do things, right? I'm still trying to work on that mindset.
Yeah.
But what I've decided to do to make me feel better and supporting others is every time I sell a story session,
Mm-hmm.
I budget part of that to give a scholarship
Mm-hmm.
or a free story session,
Mm-hmm.
right? So then those people who, if it takes food off of your table, I'm never doing that. I do not
Mm-hmm.
want to be that person ever. I don't care how much you need it. I will not know. But I could be like, hey, here's an application form
Mm-hmm.
for the scholarship. And then I draw from that list of names when the scholarship is available.
Wow, you're very
Right?
organized with all of it.
Yeah. Well, I took a year off, so it's pretty easy to organize zero. But I mean, moving forward, I do have to be more organized with my spreadsheets.
Yeah.
But like that feels good to me
Yes.
on
Yeah.
both sides. And I can continue doing that. So
Mm-hmm.
great.
Yeah, I totally not organized with it, but I kind of think of it that way in general terms. And then when I see someone who I know can't afford it, I know for a fact they can't, and they need help. I give them help. I just do. So yeah.
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 Maybe a little bit of personal question. Have we all been that person who just needed something? We knew it was our next step and we just couldn't afford it. And then somebody was nice and gave us something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much even now. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
Aw. I wonder if there's anybody who hasn't. Actually, let's not focus on that. Let's just celebrate that there are people out there, like the ones who helped us and us now, who are
Mhm.
willing to do that.
Yes, there are, and there always are. So yeah, it's just a matter of finding them.
So, Sophie, you had the one left, the thought provoking. Why that one?
Yes, I love looking, when we were talking about this conversation, when somebody comes to you with a question,
Mhm.
then you select from your knowledge what to give them to help them. I love that whole probing process where I ask them questions and I go deeper and I go into their story and, depending on the time available. But with clients, I go all the way, like really finding out their whole story. And when I do that, I have all kinds of dots that connect in my mind. And that allows me to bring up to them some things that they may not be thinking about at that moment, or seeing. This is, I think, a thing that I love doing is I ask them about their story, and I can see the patterns, and I can see that they don't see the patterns yet, and then I show them the pattern, and they're like, oh, that's great. I'm like, no, but you do realize this was there all along, right? And so that's thought provoking, and asking them questions, just to make them think, because people have so many answers inside of them. We all do. But having someone out there who can ask you the right questions so that you see things differently, that's
Mhm.
the beauty. That's what we do, right? I love that. So I really want to be that for other people. And I think I am for the most part.
I can't remember where I heard this either, but it was talking about how it's not how many answers you get. I'm paraphrasing here. It's
Yeah.
asking the right questions and asking better questions.
Yes.
It's like Google has all the answers, but the prompts that we put in for
Mhm.
AI or for
Right.
Google,
Right.
the better the prompt, the better the question, the better
Yeah.
the answers, the more aligned it's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you ask someone a question and they start going, okay, and
Yes,
that moment is just like, oh, I love
I
it.
know.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, finally, we got you there.
Yeah. And you know you're adding value, you know you're helping that person, and
Hmm.
it's the best.
which is
Okay.
all the qualities of Audrey Hepburn. So I can see why you would have it behind you. Thought provoking, leading people,
Yeah.
generous. Yeah.
Simple, authentic, no fluff, no, you know.
Right?
Absolutely.
She could have made so many more movies in her life, which, you know, selfishly I wish she had, but she only made a movie every so often because she was focused on other things. She had, you know, she was focused on her family. Later on, she was focused on the UN, the UNICEF, the children, yeah, around the world. She did a lot of. She was an ambassador for the UNICEF. So yeah, her simplicity, especially in a time where it was, you know, Marilyn Monroe and all these women who were very much Hollywood and all about the hype, right? And she was just simple, and I like that.
I didn't know much about Audrey before now.
Mhm.
It's like I knew her as a feminine icon, but
Mhm.
I didn't know anything about her as a human being.
Yeah, she also suffered from depression, and well, she had a terrible childhood. She grew up in Holland, where during the war, so she was, you know,
Oh,
malnourished, and she was very brave and doing things to help the cause. But her father was a Nazi, and so they escaped, and then yeah, so she had this terrible childhood, and she had problems with her marriages, and so she, you know, she struggled, and she always wanted to focus on her children and make sure that she was there for them, you know. So
yeah.
yeah.
So then, weird question. How has Audrey Hepburn, is that, how do you say her last name?
Yes,
Hepburn?
Hepburn. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. How does Audrey Hepburn help you elevate your message?
No.
I was like, we're just gonna play with her now.
Yeah. Elevate my message.
Mhm,
I think it's a reminder to just keep things simple and true,
mhm,
which is what I really advocate for, and what I remind my clients to do all the time is just, you know, refocus yourself on your true self.
mm,
Because the society around us, and again, the entrepreneurial, you know, like all this comparisonitis, everything around us distracts us from who we really are, and we tend to forget. So just really refocusing on what do we really want, what do we um, what is the true thing that will really make us be ourselves and joyous and able to give, right?
so what is it that you really want, Sophie? Okay,
Uh,
we're not doing truthful, we're not doing realistic. Okay, we are doing truthful, but we're not doing realistic. Like rub a genie lamp, snap your fingers, kind of crazy cool idea. What would Sophie want?
don't you hate that when things boomerang on you? I all the things I do to my clients are like, oh, you're gonna do that to me now?
Oh, good. That
All
means I
right.
am feeling you right.
Yeah. So I want to have a big impact on the entrepreneurial world. I want to share this message about being your true self and bringing your love, your generosity, your expertise, and giving it. So I've already talked about all that, right? And I
Yep.
really want this message to go out broadly. So I'm writing a book. I'm finishing up the manuscript.
Yeah.
I also wrote a chapter in one of the Blue Talks books coming out, I think, in a few weeks. So I'm writing a book that's coming out in the first quarter. I'm speaking at Oxford University in 2 weeks.
Yay.
And what I want is more of that. Not more necessarily a lot of talking on stages, but just for the message to spread. I want it to become a movement,
Oh, yeah.
and have entrepreneurs around the world just reduce this crazy failure rate of 50% that is ridiculous,
Mhm.
unacceptable, I call it. And and not only have entrepreneurs just be more fulfilled and able to have a sustainable business, but also inspire others to start a business. So there's a lot of people who, they have expertise. They think, oh, I could, share this, I could do business, but oh, it's too risky, it's too this or that, it's too difficult. And I want more people to establish themselves as helpers of others, so the world can become better, because more people who help and a lot of people who need help on the other side, and more connecting them.
Mhm. Yesterday we played with the concept of where we want the conversation of our expertise. So this whole entrepreneurship thing, where
Mhm.
would you like that conversation to go in the next year, 2 years, maybe 5 years? But in the mass population, not just necessarily in our world.
Yeah. So I would like all the so this is a negative first before we make room for the positive.
Okay.
I would like to really put an end to all this manipulative marketing that's being taught all the way around us.
Hmm.
Some people say, oh, that's, the marketing of yesterday, it doesn't work anymore. No, that's not the case. It is still alive and thriving, and people are paying tens of thousands of dollars to be taught these strategies, and they're alive and well. And I want that to become the new smoking. It's like,
Yes. Oh, I love that analogy.
Mhm.
sorry,
Yeah.
it came to me. Yeah, I want it to just become like, no, no, like people are just rejecting it left, right, and center. Because we know now that we don't have to do those things. We can absolutely have a successful business doing things in an ethical way and in a way that is aligned with whatever our values are. So that's the conversation I want to have. And then the way it would spread to the broader population, I'm not sure it would come in as um, a message of, marketing has to change, but they're on the receiving end of all this crappy marketing. So, marketing gets a bad name because of this. You say marketing, I tried it with some friends a couple of weeks ago. They're all like, marketing. I was like, yeah, that's the point, but eh, marketing is just a construct. It's really education. It's educating people, or maybe that's a little patronizing as a word, but providing, we were talking about, digging from our knowledge and sharing information. It's marketing is about helping people with the knowledge they need to understand what their problem is, so they can get it solved. That's marketing for me. So um, the bigger message is, if the population at large can start experiencing marketing that way, then it's all good. That I've done my job.
I call it, okay, here's my description of a heart-centered business. It's human beings
Hmm.
helping other human beings
Right.
to be the human beings they want to become.
Right.
Keywords there.
Hmm.
Human beings. We're
Yes.
not transactions. We're not things to be manipulated. Like,
Yeah.
if I was to love you and Lori and everybody else watching, what would I want for you? What I would love you so much to ask you, what would make you happy?
Hmm.
What is your version of that? And then my job is to help you fulfill that, not what I want for you.
Yes.
And that's
Exactly.
where a lot of the businesses get mixed up, is they're kind of transitioning out of that manipulative
Hmm.
psychological triggers all based in fear.
Hmm.
But I'm like, we can do business from the side of love. We can do
Hmm.
business from the side of courage and
Yeah.
connection, and treating people like human beings
Yeah.
instead of transactions. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I was on a call with a past client yesterday, and you prepare for the call, you think of it, and you think, okay, well, where might that person be now and what might they need, and what do I have that could help. And so, of course, at some point along the road, if they sign up for that thing, yes, you're going to make a sale and you're going to get some money, right? But the preparation for the call is this, like, where, what might she be? And I had an idea of where she might be and what she might need. And we got on the call, we chatted, exchanged, where we are in our life. And then I said, so how's it going with your business and all this? And she tells me she has created this whole system. And this was a description of what I was thinking she might need that I might be able to help with. So she did have the need that I had suspected, but she had fulfilled it herself. And she had done all the things that I was going to propose with my program. And it was so exciting to me to hear from her that the work we had done together was not only useful then, but she had been able to carry it over so that she didn't need me. And I was excited. So part of me was thinking, oh, well, I guess I'm not going to sell her that thing. But the excitement was genuine. And I was so happy to see her completely autonomous, doing the thing by herself. And I think that's what we need more of, because a lot of times, well, there's the pressure-based tactics and all these sales conversations. When you get into a conversation as a prospective client, when you get into a conversation with someone who could help you, there's some mistrust. I think a lot of people don't book those sales calls or clarity calls or whatever they're called, right? Because they know they're going to be sold. And to what extent are they going to be heard, listened to, and offered genuine help? Or, instead, are they going to be sort of pressured into a sale? Nobody knows. And I think if we are able to have more of that trust that the person has your back, is there, as you were saying, Laura, to make you happier in some way, to help you, that would go a long way to increase the trust, Yeah, that will change things a lot.
That's one thing I promised myself is I do not do sales calls, discovery calls, whatever it is that you want to call them. You want to pick my brain. There we go. If you want to pick my brain or poke it because it's not working at the moment, then I have laser sessions for that, right? Like you could ask me whatever you want in those 15 minutes. I will give you as much and talk as fast as you want me to because I can talk fast. But I do all the other things if you want the free information, like these interviews and the blogs and the, all the things.
Yeah. Exactly.
But again, as we mentioned earlier, we're not holding back on those things. But I know many people who are taught you can give up to this point, and then after that point, that's your secret sauce. Don't give that away. You can give away the answer, but people don't always know how to get to the answer of their own equation, even though you just showed them the process.
Yeah. There's the hand holding, there's the support, there's the accountability. All those things require some time and commitment, and to some extent, it is true that if somebody is paying money for something, they become more accountable to themselves. So you're also helping them. I know this sounds very self-serving, but it is true. You are also helping them better if you charge at some point.
Yes.
I've had that experience, and I feel that people are good at giving and not so good at receiving. Right? And it's kind of a theme that's kind of running through your conversation. But I was in a play once and I wrote a poem, and I had a friend illustrate a picture. So it was to go with the theme of it. And then we tried to give it away. We wanted to donate it. Nobody wanted it until we put a price tag on it. Then everybody wanted it. Oh yeah, this is good. This would be great. Here, yeah, thanks. But we're not taught to really appreciate that there is worth in somebody extending their knowledge and energy to you with no strings attached.
Yeah, absolutely true. I have a colleague who had started a free masterminding session every Friday during the pandemic. And I went there and it was great. And it continued and continued and continued for years on end. And it's still going on. And at one point I stopped going. And I knew it came up on my calendar and I was just not going. And then one day he sends an email and he says, okay, I'm now charging $10 a month for this ridiculous amount, right? And all of a sudden I thought, oh yeah, I want to go to these things. I paid the $10 and I started going again. And I was like, what is going on here? It was free and I wasn't going, and now it's $10 and I'm going. But it's just the way our brain is wired. Put value on something.
So we were talking about art before you joined us too, Sophie,
Mhm.
but I want to know some of the other ways that you might want to share your message. There's the typical book, podcast, writing, that kind of thing. And you did tell us about a book that you're writing, which I'm all excited. You'll have to show us the cover next time you come join us.
Yeah, that hasn't been designed yet. So
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Put a pin in that.
Are there other ways that you would like to share your message that may or may not be those typical three?
No, I haven't thought of that.
Yay!
Thought-provoking. Now you're making me really think about, I don't know, I'd have to think about that. Do you have any ideas?
Well, we heard, let's see, singing, dancing, baking, cooking, art, children's books, cosplay, I mentioned earlier, creating events and festivals, just all kinds of things.
Something, so
Poetry.
singing is out for everybody's well-being. Dancing also.
It can be learned.
Yeah. No, but you said something that triggered a thought. I make jewelry. I made this myself. So I make with polymer clay. I can actually create the beads.
Mhm.
So I never thought of it, but I could create a jewelry line for entrepreneurs. I don't know.
Since we're on the topic, I'll put it out to you and everybody watching, listening, or somebody that you know. I'm actually looking for a sterling silver designer. It's the only metal I can wear. I'm allergic to everything else. So I'm like a simple elegance, but I love my bold jewelry, and you cannot get bold in sterling silver in any store. So please contact me, and maybe there could be like an affiliate thing. And oh my God, I will love you. So but it's gonna be my style. If it's not my style, I'm sorry. I'm still gonna promote it, but not the same way.
Probably
You may know that person in Edmonton.
Oh,
I will ask her if she works with sterling silver.
Yeah,
because it's so hard. I
yeah.
can't find it.
I know someone. Okay, we'll talk offline. Tell me your style. I could probably make you things, but I know someone who could definitely.
Cool.
Because if you know where to buy sterling silver, components, find what they're called, which is such a weird word.
I don't know.
Then you can put it together, and it's easy for somebody who makes jewelry. So yeah,
I keep all of my sterling silver jewelry, whether it's broken or half lost, so that I can create pieces from the old pieces. It's not the same though.
It's not what? It's not the same. Well, I also know I met in a networking event not long ago a person who does jewelry repair. Talk about a niche thing, right? And she was talking all about, like, how do you talk about your mission when you repair jewelry, right? And she was talking about these pieces that, are heirlooms, and then they're broken, and then you bring them back to life, and the story and the memories and all this. And I thought, yeah, absolutely.
So a friend of mine, she calls herself the singing goldsmith.
Ooh, how beautiful.
She does jewelry repair, but she's also a musician, and she actually just put out her first CD.
Wow.
Nice.
And she does a lot of her message through music.
Yeah. She can't make you your silver jewelry?
She works in gold. I'm allergic to gold.
She could make it. That's sad. You're allergic to gold. It's like being allergic to diamonds. I'm like, no, don't do this to me, God.
Yeah, and diamonds cannot go in sterling silver. It's too soft.
Oh, really? I didn't know
Mhm.
this.
So
Oh,
this is
yeah,
made.
they do it in platinum, right? Yeah, they put,
Yeah.
but platinum is not silver. It's,
Nope.
I don't know what platinum
Yeah.
is. It's
So
gold
let's
with,
get back to you. You said you like your message through, because I could talk about that forever too. You like your message through the jewelry. Awesome.
Mhm. Yeah.
We also talked about fashion. Go ahead, Lori.
I was just going to say, I really like that question because we were talking about this before Sophie came on, and it's not so much about how do we want to get that verbal message out as how do we want to be received, because that
Yep.
is the power and the gift of buying whatever product we have. It's like, how do you want to show up? How do you want people to see you? So if they see you through, oh, Sophie makes this great jewelry for entrepreneurs, then your name comes first. And we get to know Sophie as the person, right? It's like, oh, look at her jewelry. Look at this message. Great. So I was just kind of seeing that theme that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Well, that's just validation for me, Lori. Thank you. Because I want these interviews to be about the human being that is Sophie,
Mhm.
but then
And
also talking about your cool skills and area of expertise.
Right?
yeah, I love that. I that is part of what I do with my clients is bring in other things. Because so here I help people with their LinkedIn, right? So their LinkedIn profile.
Yeah.
And sometimes, often actually, people come to me and they say, well, but I've done this in my life and that in my life, and it's all it's
No, it's not.
all irreconcilable and all this. It makes my heart sing when I hear that, because I'm like,
Yep.
just wait. Let's talk. Let's talk. Okay. So then I make them talk, like I said before, and then I'm able to bring all these things together and show them the patterns, and it's so exciting. And then finally they can, bring it all together in a way that makes sense, because it made sense all along. They just weren't seeing it. So that whole theme about bringing people's entire being together is great. In fact, it reminds me of an email that I got yesterday, one of the newsletters I get from Sarah Elkins. I don't know if you know her. You need to know her. She's a great person. So she was talking in her, she sings and plays music, and she's a speaker. And so she's been bringing the two things together, and her email was about, how can you break into song, or bringing your gifts together, or something along the theme, right?
Yeah.
And she had a little video. She says, well, if you want to know what it's like when you bring your singing to your speaking career, here's a sample. I watched the whole thing. It was absolutely great, breathtaking. And so it was really about her bringing this side of herself, her music performance side, to the speaking. And this is speaking to corporations and leaders, like
Yep.
straight laced people, theoretically. And, being able to break into song on stage. I mean, it would never happen to me, but yeah, you'll love her stuff.
Oh, definitely. Because that's my ultimate goal is to weave my singing. I love power vocals. So to weave that into a talk.
Mhm. Yeah, you'll love her. And she has a podcast, and she interviewed me on her podcast, and it was one of my favorite ones, because she asks such thoughtful questions, and the depth of and the genuineness of the conversation was lovely. So
Mhm.
Sarah Elkins, everybody.
Oh, I already looked her up.
Yeah, just saying it again for the audience.
But Sophie, we have about 2 minutes left, so I want to make sure that we know. I know, so quick. I want to make sure we know where to find you and what your
Mhm.
favorite way to communicate is.
Hmm. Well, my favorite way is on LinkedIn through direct messages. You can connect with me at Sophie Lechner on LinkedIn. My website is themagnetmodel.com.
Ooh,
And you can email me at sophie@themagnetmodel.com.
nice. Hence Audrey Hepburn. So
Yeah.
Sophie, also I love to hold a little bit of space at the end for whatever's on your head or in your head or on your heart. Is there anything that you want to leave us with?
I think whoever you are at whatever stage of life you are, just ask yourself who you want to be. Who do you really, really, really want to be? And what do you really want to do? We forget to ask ourselves that. So, yeah.
Well, we very much do. Actually, a couple months ago, my friends were busy and usually I just message them. So I decided that I would use AI, and I told AI how I wanted it to coach me. And then it coached me, and it came back with what I already knew. And it was so simple in my mind. I was like, there's no way this is the right answer. There's got to be something deeper because I'm a deep person.
Mm-hmm.
That was true. No, it just gave me the same answers as I thought it right at the beginning. But it was nice.
We have the wisdom.
We do have the wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Sophie, for
You're
sharing
welcome.
Audrey
It
with
was a
us.
blast. Felt
Your
like it
jewelry. Yeah,
lasted 5 minutes.
I know, but I love it. Thanks so much. Hope to see you
Excellent.
again.
Thank you. Bye.
And we have our next guest backstage. Just let me know with a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. Hi, Roz.
Good morning, ladies. How are you both?
Hi.
Good.
Oh, it
Did
looks
you
like you're having
rearrange your office?
fun. Did I? A little bit a while back. Oh, I'm like, I have to look. I'm like, did I? Is it like a little bit different?
Just a little bit different.
Yeah. There's been some changes.
Is that an amethyst beside you?
It is.
Ah.
Yeah. Isn't she beautiful?
She is. I'm used to your painting, and I love the painting.
Thank you.
Because it always looks like this aura around you.
In a painting. So the artist channels her client's energies. So that's what I like, because my energy is so big. It's it took me like over a week. She just had to take breaks. She's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's too much for her.
That's funny. We were just talking about different ways to amplify our message earlier, and I was telling Lori how I want to do paintings of eyeballs. And I know when I say that it sounds really creepy, but picture eyeballs with a space kind of background where it brings in a lot of that energy reading and healing and really personalizing it.
Yes. Oh, well, the eyes are the windows to the soul. So,
exactly.
Oh my gosh. Okay, real life, just a little bit of a something. What's happening right now is there's a person that's supposed to come to fix my garage between 8 and 12 my time. So of course, I'm hoping they're not going to come during the interview, but if I have to just quickly go and open the door, you'll know why. Yeah.
Or loud bangs. Yeah.
Real life. We have to get our garage fixed.
That's good. So, Roz, I love to start every interview with a research question.
Amazing.
Which I did kind of give you a little bit of a warning about, but I didn't tell you what it was. Really, I want to shake up the pre-programmed responses.
Perfect. I love it.
Which is fine. So, Roz, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
That's a great question. Impactful.
Mm-hmm.
Transformational.
Yeah.
And loving.
Aw, I can see that. And I think I spelled impactful wrong. Totally did. That's fine. So what does impactful, transformational, and loving, what does that have to do with your core message?
I believe it's really the impacts I want to create in this world on a human level and on a community level, on a global level, that, you know, each of us are conduits of our own, and we're channeling the messages that are meant to come through. And for me, I know that I have this like bold, unapologetic energy. And sometimes people are like, oh my God, I can't hear what Roz is saying. And that's okay, because they're not ready. Because I know sometimes they circle back around, they're like, yeah, I wasn't ready back then. But now I'm like really leaning in. And then other people are like, that's exactly what I needed to hear right now, because they were ready to receive. Yeah. And so for me, and we talk a little bit about the pivots I've done in the last year, all the wins and all the failures and all the adventures. But it really is about whatever doorway people are coming in to see me, whether it's leadership coach or for business, for spiritual guidance. What I'm really doing is helping people come home to themselves. Like to really be valued in their beingness, to feel safe, to be authentically themselves and show up and express who they really are, and then create a life and business around who they really are, and then have what they desire. So be, do, and have.
So Ross, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a secret. When I first met you, I was like, oh my God, this lady is so much like me. I love her so much. I coached with you. But then, okay, this is the secret part.
Yeah.
You opened something inside of me that I did not want to see at the time. So then I didn't really like you for a little while. It's not that I didn't like you. But it was like, every time I saw your face, it's like, resist Ross, resist Ross. Because you were just that mirror back at me at the things I didn't feel ready for, and yet I totally was. I was just stopping myself. So then once I get over that part, I was like, okay, I can love Roz again.
Would you be open to sharing what that part was that you weren't willing to look at yourself? Because I think you're not alone in that, by the way. Like,
oh my God.
It's common.
I'm trying to think exactly of the timing, but
yeah.
It was the very first experts boot camp. It used to be the speakers boot camp, which is happening this weekend, people.
Yes.
Where I signed up with you.
Go sign up. Yeah,
exactly. Go sign up. Where you coached me, and you were basically saying that I need to work on me to get a little deeper and figure out what that core message really is. And that's when I started shifting from the mental health for high performance version of me into what I didn't know was actually the courageous connection side of me. So that conversation was just like, you need to niche more. Like, what is it that you actually do? It's like, I don't know. It's just tell people. And then, but then every conversation I had with other coaches, other places, other events after that just kept me thinking about that. So
that makes my heart so happy. I had no idea about that, Laura.
It took about 6 months. But then the words finally came out when I was talking to this other gentleman after doing an event with like 60 other coaches.
Yeah.
And the words courageous connection came out of my mouth. And I was like, that's it. Oh my God, where has that been all my life? But why did it take 6 months? Because I kept stopping myself.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that, because this is often what happens when people have sessions with me, because that is, I believe, one of my gifts that I have been gifted is just to really see people's light, people's gifts before they can even see it. And then I can help pull it out. But yes, the resistance there when it's not ready, right? When they're not ready. And it's just like, okay. And I love hearing how, so that's the impact, and then the transformation, just hearing your story. How beautiful, how beautiful.
And then Corey talks about how powerful those 15-minute sessions can be. And that's all we had was 15 minutes. But I remember bawling like a baby. Mascara's running down my face.
I love it. They were like truth tears.
Oh, totally truth tears.
Yeah.
And I think you were, I remember telling you that, I don't know where I heard this, but somebody that I follow on the internet said that when you cry, it's like squeezing the old version of you out through your eyes. Kind of creepy, but I love the visual.
That is like, it is a release. It's absolutely a release when we cry. Like when people apologize for crying, I'm like, no, like, please. I mean, I'm a crier. So I know I cry when I feel the truth of something. I'm like, oh, there it is. When I'm in the client seat and I'm being asked the questions, I'm like, yep, there it is. I mean, I also cry at commercials, but because that's just my like soft, loving, like deep love, and like Disney movies, not even Disney movies, any sort of movie. My kids and Dan are always like looking, is mom crying yet? Because they just know.
I know. It's like she went quiet.
Oh,
I was crying.
Yeah, I love that's just who I am. I just love, and I embody it. I love people so deeply. And, unfortunately, sometimes that can be a challenge too, because then it hurts my heart if that's not returned.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
So, Lori, I know we were like having a lot of fun. I'm going to get you involved too. So go ahead.
Oh, good to see
Listening
you.
and receiving the energy. But I do have a question, and it's kind of coming to my mind, Laura, with you start and you ask everybody the question of what are 3 words that you would like people to describe you as? I don't know exactly the words that you were using. And we all find these 3 words, but how many of us are really stepping into owning, but I am those? And if we don't really allow our authentic self to fully own those words that we are, that we stand for, then how will we get other people to hear it? So, I mean, like Roz, you're already those 3 things. So where in your psyche do you feel maybe you're not owning it and really going, look, this is who I am. I don't want other people to see this in me. I need to see it more first, and then I'll be okay with whatever message I put out there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. I do feel like I do embody how I want people to see me. I ask me the question again, where my psyche
Might not really be allowing yourself to fully own those 3 authentic words that are you. Because we're all like, whenever I hear Laura ask that question, we all say these 3 things which are already a part of us.
Yes.
Why do we want the other people to see it? Maybe we need to see it more. Maybe that's the gift in you asking that question, Laura.
Oh, it totally is. There's so many different things.
I actually feel like I embody those things. So I don't have any sort of like, no, I think when people see me and have conversations with me, I mean, they went just, if somebody doesn't know me and they just look at me, they're not going to be like, oh, she's impactful, she's transformational. They might notice I'm very loving because I'm like, hi,
Are you a hugger?
But I will say though, pivoting from, because for a long time I was a business coach for life and spiritual coaches and healers and practitioners, specializing in unapologetically showing up on social media, your marketing, your messaging, so fully selling, and moving more into the corporate space now as a transformational leadership coach, and still being very, very spiritual. And this was the tough part, because in the corporate space, spirituality is like it's like kind of taboo, or a lot taboo, right? And so we had to work through my own, first of all, imposter syndrome, because that always comes up every time I level up, and this sense of like, do I belong here? Because I am so super woo. I love Akashic Records. For those people who don't know, it's opening up your soul's library. And I can do that for your business as well, because your business is not the same as your soul. It has its own records. And people in the corporate world will be like, what the hell is that? Like, most people wouldn't know. So I felt like I had to hide that part of me. And I was like, okay, this is very interesting. So it was almost like a big, like, who am I? I had to go back to like, who am I really? Like, who am I? Just strip. I joke, but it's true. I change my title probably every year, because as I evolve, my business evolves, right? And I follow that. And it really, and I'm in the process of rebranding as well as we're speaking, but I'm really like in this place of like, because our brand is our vibe, right? And our values, our missions, and what we're putting out there. And so for me, I was like, I busted all my beliefs around, I'm too woo, I'm too spiritual, I have to hide this. And what I really learned was people were attracted to me in the corporate space because they hadn't, number one, it found it so refreshing to be like, wow, like tell me more about, because I'm very spiritually curious, or, and they'll tell me some things like I just feel like I'm being called to know more of my spiritual self and understand that part of me, because they have a business coach, or they had that, and they have, done the more systematic things, but there's this curiosity about their spirituality. And that's a lot of what got people to be like, I want to work with you, because you have this trifecta of psychologist background, so neuroscience as well, and then you understand business, and you have this spiritual psychic piece. Like that's the unique advantage I want, because we can tap into the energy of their business and what's available for them and the possibilities of the highest timeline. And they're like, this is cool. So it's been this dance of, how much can I show my spirituality? Like, so I'm not like scaring people off if they're just like, oh, this is too much. It's a dance for sure. And then the more comfortable I got with just like knowing these people are very curious, this corporate world. And then I'm learning like some of them actually had in the past explored some of those things, and then kind of buried it away. And as they got, more in depth with the corporate life, and I was like, they're like, I'm ready to bring that back out. Like, I feel like something's missing inside. I feel like I would be a better leader to my team if I could know this part of me more, this spiritual part of me, and create a more fulfilling and deeper meaning, not just in my business, but also my life. Right. So I've worked very holistically with my clients. And so going back to your wonderful question, Lori, it was interesting that for me, I had to really look at how can I not betray myself as I'm moving into a niche where spirituality is really taboo, and how can I still show up authentically, be impactful in who I really am. Like, I don't believe in faking it till you make it. I hate that line. I believe in being it until you become it. And so it's just more about how do I dance with these people to show and reveal this is really who I am, while having them, building that connection, that authentic connection. So it's been a beautiful journey, and it's been busting my beliefs about me needing to hide the spirituality. In fact, now I'm like, I'm gonna freaking normalize it in the corporate space. So it's been really refreshing. People have even reached out and said, you need to speak at this conference because it is boring AF, and your energy being in there and bringing it, we've got speaking more on the mindsets or leadership concepts that I know, like, we are who we are embodied. So that's going to come through the energy and through the way I speak and my words and the way I deliver. So yeah, it was and I think it still is, because it's like, it's been about a year-ish since I've moved over in the corporate world, and I'm on the other side. I'm like settled in and I'm comfortable. And it's been a ride. Let's just say that.
Well, and you answered everything right after I asked the question. You answered everything. And I think the message that I was hoping that you would say, you did say, when we identify those 3 words that we want other people to see us for, the first thing is, it's like, oh, I need to love those 3 aspects of myself more. And I think that's the gift of the question that Laura asked, is we recognize, wait a minute, I'm not really loving those 3 pieces of me enough.
Yeah.
So I think that's what you answered.
Thank you. And I also was thinking, like, when Laura asked those questions, for me, it's like, how do I want people to feel when they come into connection with me, whether it's a post that I post on social media, it's a live I'm doing, or in real life, I meet them for the first time, or the 30th time, or how is it that I want people to feel? And in our conversations, I want them to feel impacted, and not always, like, I mean, I don't know if positive is a word, but like a breakthrough, like Laura's situation, right? I want them to feel, and I'm not talking about like clients, I'm anybody, right? Like when you come in this conversation, the impacts of whether it's like I'm sharing a story about myself and they're impacted by it because it could be thought provoking for them. It could be like, oh, I never thought about seeing it that way. I love your perspective. It's refreshing. To a deeper knowing within themselves. But something inside shifts in the conversation. And those are my kind of favorite conversations too, that it works the other way too, that I'm impacted, that I'm feeling like I can take this golden nugget and like thread it into other areas of my life and create this beautiful tapestry. And I think that's a beautiful thing. This is why I love, and I just relationships are everything. This is how we learn. I mean, we really come into relationship when we're born into the world. We are born as love, and it is unfortunately relationships that wound us, but it's also relationships that can heal us. And we're all just walking each other home. We're all just mirrors for each other.
Yep. So there are so many layers behind the question, because as I said before, I was like, before we ever get to hear about you, about your business, about your skills, we get to know who Roz is as a human being, the values that she has, how she sees other people, how she shows up in the world, how she expects other people to show up in her world. Like there's just all of these layers to it. And that's why I love it so much.
And I just want to thank you for that question, because for those that don't know, it's a very constant message I speak about, is my pain was, I grew up believing that my value was in my doingness rather than my beingness. And my doingness was never enough. So I was like, oh, no wonder I was an overachiever, a perfectionist, and this hardcore mentality of no pain, no gain, right? So 2008 was when I had that mind blown realization. And so it's been a beautiful journey of coming home to myself since then. And I don't believe that ever stops.
No. So Roz, I want to dig into your past a little bit, because I want to create the patterns to where you've evolved to today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've done a lot of things in your past.
Yes.
I did see that you were I don't know the exact word. I don't want to say sports model.
Oh, I competed in bodybuilding.
Yes.
So bodybuilding. Yes. So that was back in the day where this is where all the mind blown shifting started to happen. Yeah. I competed in a figure bodybuilding contest. So I looked like a fitness model. All muscled up.
Yeah. So were you into psychology before that area, or did that era help lead you into psychology?
No, I was actually a psychologist at that point. So that was 2008. I was 25 and had just started my career I was a provisional psychologist, which means you are in the process of becoming registered, which it's not easy to become a psychologist here in Canada. There's a lot of hours that you need to put in. So I was a counseling psychologist with a background in master's and family. And then you are supervised for half those hours. And then you have to defend yourself in front of a panel of psychologists. And you need to take this national exam, which many people fail the first time. So it is not easy to be a registered psychologist.
No.
And at that point in time, and this is part of my origin brand story, is everything on the outside looked perfect, right? Just started the private practice. Dan and I were newlyweds for about 2 years at that point. And I was a second-degree black belt in karate and a role model to kids, teens, and adults. And so I was very confident in everything that I did. I was passionate about it. I was good at all this stuff. And deep down inside, I had this, and this wasn't conscious at this point. But funny, I had not done that much inner work up to this point. I was really good at helping other people solve their problems, but I hadn't literally looked at myself at this point. And I thought, again, unconsciously, if I have this, like something just feels missing. Like I'm high achieving. I've hit all the societal check boxes of success, but it just didn't feel enough. Like I still did not feel like I've made it or I've arrived. I'm not sure that feeling. Like I don't know what I was really, really looking for, but I just knew I didn't feel satisfied. And so I competed in this bodybuilding competition thinking, if I have this perfect body, maybe I'll feel like I made it, right? And I came in last place in that competition, which, obviously was very devastating to me because I'm like, how could I have worked this hard? In my whole, up until this point in my life, I've won. Like I have done so good. I've won every time. And I'm not talking about bodybuilding, but just in all my goals. Yeah. And obviously very high achieving women. And here I am failing. And I don't deal well with failing because I don't know how to.
Exactly.
And so that devastated me. And I also, behind closed doors, was struggling with my own body image. Even though I looked like this fitness model, I still didn't think I looked good enough. I didn't look pretty enough. I was struggling with disordered eating. I would restrict my calories, binge eat, feel guilty, beat myself up, purge by over-exercising. And so that was a cycle for a long time, since my late teens. And so I knew that I couldn't keep going this way, but I didn't know how else to get out of it. And that's when I was introduced to Haikomi. And Haikomi means, how do I stand in relationship with myself? And how do I stand in relationship with others? So it's this method that combines neuroscience, psychology, and this thing called spirituality. And so at that point, of course, when you're learning something, you cannot not work on your own stuff. And it's a very subconscious, body-oriented somatic work. It deals with developmental trauma, which means our inner child and our belief systems. And so I learned I was unconsciously valued in my doingness over my beingness, and my doingness was never enough. I was like, oh, okay. And it was like almost like your whole life flashes before you're like, oh my God, no wonder I have been chasing this success and never feeling like I could win. I was literally setting myself up for a game I could never, ever win. And I think that so many entrepreneurs do that. So many, not even entrepreneurs, so many people do this. So many high achieving people do this to ourselves. And that was when I realized, wow, there's a different way to be. And I did not see that. And so Haikomi transformed my life so much that I got certified in it. I even helped teacher assist in it. It transformed the way I work as a psychologist, and I still use it to this day as a leadership business coach and spiritual guide. Like I cannot live without it. It's part of my secret weapon with my clients, is I'm able to like just beeline right into the subconscious and shifting cellularly right then and there in a session. It's powerful. It's so powerful.
I love that. Oh my God. I'm writing a talk right now for an event happening in a week and a half. And you basically just explained what had happened to me was my doingness. I was so focused on the doing.
Yeah.
And I remember the first time I failed. TMI for those who need a warning. The first time I failed was actually in me attempting suicide in grade 9. So the warning over, you can come back now. And as I was working through this, I realized, that doingness was the thing that kept motivating me.
Yeah.
Heidi actually had a call with me just a few months ago, maybe 6 months ago, beginning of the year. And she's like, read this book. And the book was about worthiness and about the beingness. I was like, that's the piece I've been missing. So now I'm on that journey of learning what that really means. And it has nothing to do with confidence. Because I'm confident.
Nothing.
I don't feel worthy. So I just squish it.
Yes. And I love that you brought that up, because so many people think that confidence and worthiness is interchangeable, but it's not. If we look at my story, right? Yeah. And even yours, right? We were confident, meaning we believed in our abilities to do something and do it well.
Yeah.
That confidence is more related to skill. Worthiness is our belief in ourselves and our value and who we are. And so both of us, right? Super confident, but very low self-worth. Today, I have very high self-worth, and my confidence depends on the activity. So the story I'll usually ask myself is like, am I confident to cut my kid's hair? Heck no. But am I confident to learn how to cut my kid's hair? Yeah, absolutely. If I had a great mentor that can teach me how to cut hair, yes, I'm confident to learn, right? And then eventually once I learn, I may be confident to actually cut hair. So that's, I think it really depends on the activity.
Now you mentioned the word, let me know if I have the words right. The feeling of got there. I loved that kept coming up in your story.
Yeah.
Do you feel as though your transition into corporate versus maybe the entrepreneur space, the spiritual space where you were, do you feel that got there feeling has a major role now instead of more of a minor role?
Let's use the word I've arrived.
Yes, that's what it was. Sorry, I've arrived.
I don't think I've said that, but I arrived. I don't think it has to do with, how much money I'm making, how many clients I have, my worthiness now is not dependent on what my results are, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Not directly. So, my dad said something very interesting the other day. He said, "Hey, how has your business been going since the pivot? Do you have lots of clients?" And I said, "Dad, it's been going amazing. Like, I'm so proud of myself. It's been going really well, and I'm loving all the work that I get to work with people and I get to do with people." And he says, "Well, I hope that you get more clients so that you can be happy." And I thought, oh, interesting. Well, I mean, obviously I got the belief from my family, right? So and my culture. And so I was like, that's really interesting, Dad. Like, I am happy. I am so happy. And my happiness isn't contingent on whether I get another client or more clients. Like, I'm happy regardless because I'm happy with me. I have created my life consciously the way I want it to be and how I want to live it. There's no such thing as perfect. So I was so happy to be able to catch that. In the past, my young, firmer self would have been like, right, like I can't be happy until I actually obtain more clients or I make more money or whatever the doingness stuff is, right? And I thought, wow, was that every time my dad says something, and I love my dad so much. He's a workaholic. We're Asian, like if you're not of a high status, so he's definitely got some beliefs about that. And it's not like I'm grateful in some ways because it allowed me to, I believe, like develop the character and the habits to create success and my results. But there is the double-edged sword where it's dangerous to put in your results of your work, if you will, and your achievements, your performance. And so through these years of working on increasing my self-worth, I made it really clear to myself that regardless of what the results are, I'm not going to make meaning about my worth to that anymore. Mm-hmm. And I want to cry as I say that, because that's how I know I've arrived, because I don't question my worth.
You own your worth.
Own it. Absolutely. I own my worth. Do I get triggered and do I get questioned? Yeah, of course, because I'm human. I'm like, oh, nope, that's not my shit. If somebody says something and I'm like, nope, not my shit. And I just have to sit with that. And it's like, no, like, I'm worthy regardless if this person thinks my whatever, regardless of what they think of me. Whether it's positive or negative, right? It's just, it has nothing to do with me, because we're mirrors for each other. And so if we can just sit in, and like we go really spiritual, because I know a lot of people watching might be like, well, how do I start? Like, God, Spirit created us, and she designed us to be who we are at our most brightest light. We're bright lights. When we're born in the world, babies are perfect. We're light. We're love. Nobody goes, oh, that baby is disgusting. Like, nobody says that. And this is who we really are in our essence. And we kind of like, because in our upbringing, other people project their stuff onto us, we forget about our diamond self. We forget about our light. And so it really is about owning your worth. And I believe that's how we arrive, is just knowing. I mean, really, like, because of my pivot, I don't make as much money as I used to. I mean, still make good money, but I definitely am not making the amount of money that I used to. And I love that, because I see that there's another test. It's like, oh, okay, let's look at my like monthly income. And I'm like, okay, like, I'm not triggered into unworthiness because I'm not making X amount of dollars like I used to. I'm okay. And I'm just like, wow. And I really think it's like leaning into this life with like an experimental attitude and going, let me just test these factors about like my worthiness and look at how do I measure myself? Because in our society, we're like, oh, progress and success, you should be going up. You should be going up. And we make meaning that we're failing or we're not succeeding or something. We're like not capable if we're not continuing to climb. And so part of my message is unlock your next level leadership self. And yes, that can look like having epic results. And having epic results with emptiness isn't what we signed up for.
No.
It's about knowing the beingness first, knowing you're worthy and you're being able to birth these beautiful desires into the world, in your life, in your business, into your team. And you're doing it from this place of like purpose. Like, I'm worthy to live my purpose. And when we feel like we've embodied our purpose, we feel like we're moving our purpose and channeling out into the world in the way that brings us joy and passion. You lose that sense of time because you love doing what you're doing.
Maybe.
That is incredible. Yeah, well, we don't always love what we're doing, right? But yeah. So I think it's just, going back to the I've arrived. That's really what it is. And constantly checking in, right? Constantly checking in with ourselves. I think this is where I spend most of my money, is investing back into me personally, spiritually, because I just see like I can only hold space and have the capacity to support my clients and my kids and, my husband and I could co-create at this level. We can only go as far as we go deep within ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only take my clients as far as I grow and go. And so it's a sacred responsibility in my perspective to keep investing in myself because I'm worthy, and bring that energy circling it back into those beautiful clients, beautiful people in my life, and just keep circulating that. Again, impact, transformation, love.
Aw.
Yeah.
What have you gained since the business shift?
Oh my gosh.
I know. I was like, oh, this is going to end so
New
nicely.
beliefs. New beliefs. That, again, I think it's just like in my head, I had this like, like in the corporate world, it almost feels like it was unreachable, untouchable, again, because I was so much part of this holistic world for a long time. So it's a very different energy and vibe. And I have gained understanding that we're all, at the end of the day, no matter what we're like, titles, suits, careers, we're all just souls. We're just all humans. We're all human beings. We all have the same problems. We all have the same challenges. We all have, like these limiting beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get to see people for who they are at this even, like that was my challenge, right? Just look past the whole energy of the corporate. And at the end of the day, people are spiritually hungry. They're spiritually hungry. And it's like, tell me more. I just remember doing a talk at a corporate event. And afterwards, people were coming up to me. They're like, I don't really know what you were saying. But it was resonating. It's like, so, and I think what I was doing was I was channeling a little bit, right? Like because here's the thing, as a speaker, people always remember how you made them feel, but not always remember what you said. And it resonated so deeply. And I knew it's because I was channeling. I'm like, I knew they were like, I was speaking to their soul, and they were coming up with like, tell me more. Like they were so hungry because they had never had these conversations. And it's so interesting as I have opened these doors in this world to people, and just the conversations are like, I've never had a conversation like this with anyone. Or like, like I've been starting to magnetize more spiritual people in my life, and like, here you are, this is amazing. So like, I can see there's an elevation, and it makes my heart so happy to just really like be part of this. And I mean, I moved over because Spirit asked me to. I could feel it. I could feel, okay, the call is over here now. This is where I'm meant to light up my and through my purpose and light up this part of the world now.
I just want to say thank you, Roz. I feel like I know you so much better after this, and I've known you for years now, but now I feel like I know you a lot better. We have
a conversation.
What I'm hearing is you're living the life that God dreamed for you.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah,
that's the message that I get, that I'm hearing. And when we believe that we are part of that source energy, right,
yes.
then we're living like our goddess within, or our God within, or creator, right?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, I love how you framed that. That's exactly. Yeah.
We have about 2 minutes left. I just want to make sure we know where to find you, Roz.
Yes.
Your favorite way of communicating is?
My favorite way of communicating, I love Facebook, and it is me in the messages. Rosalind Fung is my personal account. Rosalind Fung Coaching, Unlock Your Leadership Potential is my business account. Come find me on Facebook. I also am on LinkedIn. I've been taking some courses on LinkedIn. And it's been fun over there too, actually. It's been really fun. So LinkedIn, you can also find me on Instagram. I'm a little bit more personal on Instagram, Facebook and Instagram. LinkedIn, you'll start to see more of the networky side of me, but and the messages. So I'm pretty easy to find in rosalindfunk.com.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So then I also like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your head or in your heart that you need to share. So in about 60 seconds, is there something that you need people to take away from this conversation today?
I believe that whatever came through in this, you were listening to this conversation, whatever resonated with you, I would love for you to take that, because knowledge isn't power. It's applying that knowledge. Take what resonated with you, go do something with it. And I'd love to hear how this impacted you. And I'd love to continue hearing how it transforms you. And that's transformation comes from taking action.
Aw, thank you so much, Roz. This was such a delight.
This was so beautiful. This is probably one of my favorite interviews. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies. You're amazing.
Thank you.
So
We'll see you soon.
Hey, thank you.
We have our next guest behind the scenes. Ami, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us on stage. I was going to say a physical thumbs up.
Sorry, how long will this be?
It's a 45-minute interview, so we are done at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
I'm not sure what time zone you're in, so.
I'm in European, Central Europe.
I don't even know what time it is there. 45 minutes. Oh. We have 45 minutes. Do you need to go before that? I want to be mindful of your time.
So yeah, around 30 minutes. I will need to go.
Just give me a couple minutes before you need to go, and then we'll just make sure we know how to find you, and then we'll wrap things up. So don't worry about it. We got your back.
Okay.
Whereabouts in Europe are you?
I live in Germany, Southwest Germany.
Okay. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ja, ich spreche Deutsch. Und du auch?
Ich kenne sprechen Sie nicht gut Deutsch.
Oh, das ist sehr gut. Super.
Smile and nod. So, Ami, is that how you say your name?
Ami, yeah.
Ami? Okay. The way I love to start off every interview is with a research question, mostly just to throw off your pre-programmed game and just so we get to know you as a human being before your skills, before your business. So if you're ready, I would love to ask you.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. So if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Those 3 words, I would love them to be empath. I'm very empathetic, very compassionate, and I just love connecting people. You know, I think I have the gift to connect people together.
Awesome. So you said empathetic, compassionate, and connecting people. So what do those 3 words or concepts have to do with your core message?
Well, I'm into healing, one-to-one healing or taking groups to sacred sites. I found it before I founded my business, which is called Joy Through Travel. I was working in the IT field started off as an analyst, programmer, and then moved on to being a product manager. So after 25 years, of doing what I did, I just had this kind of a calling. It was around the 2020, time frame during the pandemic, where we were forced to be inside, with all the lockdowns and locked in. So I started going within, trying to find out what my passion is, what my soul is here to do, because I was not resonating with the corporate environment arena anymore. So I just started questioning, why am I here in this lifetime? What is my purpose? So, and what came out, I started taking part in the spiritual courses, and And during meditation, sort of what came out was I love to serve. I love to, as I mentioned, connecting people, being of service to our planet, to the environment, to communities. So I thought, how can I, and I love traveling as well. I've traveled quite a bit when I was younger, in my young days. And so I thought, how can I bring the travel and the service together, So, and that's when this idea of travel to serve initially was born, and which kind of turned into joy through travel. So, I like to create joy for myself, for others. And I thought, yeah, what better way than through travel, where people can experience being of service, and then being, in community service of our planet, of Mother Nature, and then also bringing people together, connecting people. So, and then the compassion we show when we are of service to others, and it's kind of a unconditional love, right? We're projecting when we serve from this unconditional love place. So that's my background. Yeah.
So are you saying that these travel excursions, these joyful travel excursions, that you've set up some sort of community service where we go and we work on a project or work with individuals or companies? Is that what that's about?
I like to take groups, and we could go to and do organic farming, for example. Learn about that.
Yeah.
Or I found a beautiful place in northern Italy, here in Europe, and it's called Damanhur, and it's actually taken from the Egyptian name. Damanhur is a city in Egypt, which the founders of this community in northern Italy named their community Damanhur, and it means the city of light. And so I traveled there last year just to check out this place. It's amazing. It's a community of spiritual workers, and they're trying to take spirituality to the next level, doing a lot of research, scientifically. They've got their own, clinics, doctors, schools. For example, it's a community which was founded back in the late 70s. By this guy called Falco. I can't remember his last name, but he was at another dimension, Falco. And he had this vision of creating these temples, the temples of humankind, he called them. And one day, I think it was in 1978, he was sitting with this group of 20, people. It was a small community in those days, men and women, and he just said they were sitting near the mountain, because the place is near the foothills of the Alps, of the Italian Alps. And he was sitting there, and just one evening he said, I want to build a temple. And then, his community, group of 20 men and women said, when and where? And he said, here. And they said, this is a rock, it's a mountain. How can we? And, when do you want to build it? And he said, tonight. He was crazy. People thought he's lost it, he's crazy, but they believed in him. They really believed in him. And so in those days, they didn't have a permit to build. So it was really done in secret. So I call it like a hidden gem in the Italian Alps. So in those days, in the late 70s, it was a secret. Nobody knew. That's why they had to work at night. And with their bare hands, they didn't have the machinery, right? Because they didn't have the permit. So they built with their bare hands, with pickaxes and digging away in the mountain. Oh my God, incredible. And the first place they built was a small meditation hall. and it all started from and then because Falco believed that temples are not just there for meditating, or worshipping, they're actually portals to the other realm, to the other dimension. So that's why, if you look at the pyramids, they're also built in such places, in such a place, in such a way, really aligned with the cosmos, with the stars, with the planets. So he believed the temples, and this place is very sacred. That's why it appealed to me, because it is a sacred site. And it's very sacred because where Falco knew all this intuitively, he was an advanced soul. So he built this temple built on ley lines. I don't know if you've heard of these ley lines or synchronic lines, which go underneath our planet and above. And so I think there are altogether about 16 principal lines and many more, other secondary lines. But from the principal lines, there's only certain places where 4 of these principal main lines meet. And they kind of cross over. And when they cross over, they're very powerful. The energy is very, very powerful. So there are two places on our planet where these 4 synchronic lines meet. And one of them is Vidraco in northern Italy, where these temples are built. And the other place is Tibet. These are the 2 places where 4 of these lines actually meet. And that was like, wow, that gave me kind of chills, like, wow, Tibet and here in northern Italy. So they this community started building those temples. And now, today they've got such beautiful temples, amazing, artwork, sculptures, all built from within the community, because they've got artists who are living there. And initially, some of them said that they knew nothing about art. They had never painted in their life, but they learned everything when they got there. They start, living there, because it's a place where you learn as well. It's like a kind of a school, earth school. So it's amazing. The temples are just amazing, and as mentioned, they're built on these synchronic lines, and the synchronicities that appear or happen in this place or at this place. It's incredible. I experienced some synchronicities last year when I visited. Incredible.
I'm totally drawn into your conversation. I would love to go there now.
I looked up photos. I was like, I need to know where this place is. And I'm just like, oh, that's pretty. Oh my God, the artwork. What?
It's amazing when it's like, wow, how could they, obviously it started with a secret, but then it got, public, and they finally got the permission to expand. And it's just amazing. And a beautiful community lives there. Today.
Let's bring it back to you for a minute, Ami. What got you into travel? Why do you have the travel bug? Why did you start a business around it? Why did you just do it yourself and then not have a business?
Oh, okay. As mentioned, I love traveling. I love to know about different cultures. I myself was born in Singapore, and then we moved to northern India for a couple of years, and then to the UK. So I grew up in the UK. I was about 8 when my parents moved to the UK. So, and then I moved to Germany like over 20 years ago. So I feel I've done a lot of kind of, traveling around the world. Of course, there's still so many places I still want to visit. And why travel? Because I just have it in me, because I love to learn about different cultures, love to learn about the different places on our planet, the sacred sites, like the pyramids. I was in Egypt in January this year, and that was such an amazing trip. a spiritual journey for me. And also, the last couple of years I've sort of gone into spirituality, having awakenings myself and experiences. And so I thought, yeah, there's so much to explore, so many sacred sites to explore. And I want to learn more. I want to learn more about them, and also offer this experience, to others who are open to grow spiritually, to expand their heart, to heal themselves, raise their vibration. When we raise our vibrations, we raise, the vibrations of the collective and our planet, right? So that's
Have you ever
that's the
written
reason.
about your experiences or about those spiritual awakenings?
I have journaled myself, and I wrote in the Blue Talks book, volume 12.
Oh, no, I don't have
I
that
was
one.
one of the co-authors in that, the latest one. So I didn't write about my experience. It was about the healing and rewriting your story. Healing the wounds in your story and rewriting that story to shine your light. So that's that's kind of also where I want to go, help people rewrite their stories, because we've been programmed in certain ways, to accept certain things, to accept that we are small, we're not powerful, because I experienced that myself, So it's also through my own experiences that I got involved in helping others, heal their stories and rewrite their stories so we can all shine our light in the world. Yeah.
Where do you find that people get stuck when they're trying to rewrite their story? Stuck with air quotes.
Where do they get stuck? They get stuck because I, for one, started believing. I was stuck because I really believed that I wasn't worthy enough. I like to only play small. I could never have everything, play it big in the world. So it was the programming, also the culture I grew up in, where girls in those days didn't have space, didn't have a voice. And so it was always, I grew up in silence, thinking, oh, it's not my place to speak. So I also have been clearing my throat chakra in order to speak. I think now it's taken years and years, but that's the healing process. I got stuck in the believing that I was not worthy of bigger things. So that's why it's the we have to reprogram our brain, but thank God for neuroplasticity. We can. Our brain is plastic. We can reprogram it, remold it. So yeah, it's just changing a perspective, right? And getting a good coach, getting a good mentor to help you heal the old story. You're not that, because you grew up in that way doesn't mean you are that. That we can change and reprogram our mind, our nervous system, our body at any point, at any time, so that we can have it all, because there's so much abundance, and we're more powerful than we have been told. We are powerful, and we can have the abundance is for everybody. It's not just limited to a few. It's for everybody. The planet Earth has so much abundance. Mother Earth provides so much for everyone. It's just, unfortunately, a few people have controlled 90% of the of the stuff. So I'm just trying to heal those old stories, and first starting with myself, and then of course then helping others.
Of course. So do you have a favorite way you like to share your message?
A favorite way?
Yeah, like do you love speaking or do you love writing or podcasting or art or dancing or what is your favorite way to share your message?
Yeah, I like writing. So that's one way. And the more I've gone within, I've also, once you heal your old stories, you discover your gifts and your superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
And, one of my superpowers is to write and also poetry. All of a
Oh,
sudden, poetry started coming through. So I did a panel discussion last year called The Wounded Feminine. And, again, rewriting your stories so you can shine your light in the world. And then a poem came through one morning in the shower. Can you believe it?
actually, yes,
In the
very much so.
shower. Okay. This poem started coming through. And then once I got out of the shower, I started writing it down. So, and I recited that during the panel discussion. It was a live panel discussion with 4 amazing women and, telling their stories about breakdowns to breakthroughs. So, yeah, I love doing that. I love doing podcasting, panel discussions, webinars. And recently, about 6 months ago, I got involved in Qigong.
Oh,
So, yeah, I started doing a certification in the Radiant Lotus Qigong for women. And also, there's 5 animal Qigong. And I'm really fascinated with this practice, especially the animal Qigong, how the wilderness, can help us heal our wounds, and also to rewrite our stories and become centered and calm. And so we can, from that centered, grounded place, can also tell our new story from a more kind of a peaceful place, more grounded place. And so much comes through when you're aligned with your core essence, so much your gifts come through. And I've also learned that, my wounds have also helped me to shine my light, actually. Because if it wasn't for my wounds, I've heard that that it's the wound, the cracks in the wound that actually allows the light to go through into those cracks and for you to come out, shining and more powerful so that you can speak your message to the world. Yeah. Through your voice, through writing.
I think our wounds are our superpower.
Exactly, yeah. Laurie. Yeah, I think you hit it on the nail on the head. Yeah. So yeah, I believe that if we weren't wounded, just imagine where we would be. We wouldn't be. I wouldn't be here speaking, right? Yeah. If it wasn't for my wounds. So the wounds, as you mentioned, Laurie, the wounds are the superpower, right? Because help. And there's a saying by this. I think it's a Vietnamese monk. He says, "No mud, no lotus." So if there wasn't mud, we wouldn't have any lotus flowers. The lotus doesn't say, "I don't want the mud." The lotus actually thanks the mud because it's through the mud the lotus blooms and shines. It's, presence and radiance. Yeah. It radiates because of the mud. So I really truly believe that, it's our wounds that make us shine, make us radiate in the world. Yeah.
That's really beautiful. I feel that's a lot of your gift has come from the practice of Qigong. I also practice Qigong.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. The animal Qigong, it's an old practice going back 1,600 years. And it was discovered or founded by this Chinese practitioner, a doctor, physician. He was studying animals, in his vicinity, and he studied the tiger, the deer, the bear, the monkey, and the crane. And after years of studies, he discovered there was a correlation between, each animal and our emotions, the human emotions, and the organs in our body. So, from the point of view of traditional Chinese medicine, philosophy, cosmology. For example, the tiger is related to the bladder and the liver, the gallbladder and the liver. So the liver is like the yin organ, and the gallbladder is the yang organ, and the emotion which is related, to the tiger is anger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's anger. So when we have anger, the anger is stored in our liver. So, and that causes dis-ease, right, in the body. So we have to release that. So by embodying the tiger in your daily practice, you can release this anger and actually have a healthy liver, at the end of it. So the animals support our health. Yeah. Mm. We can learn a lot from nature, right? I mean,
Yes.
nature is, I always say nature is our best teacher, the greatest master, the greatest guru, teaching us so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have about 5 minutes left to keep on time with your 30 minutes. So I want to make sure when we have this space, can you share with us where to find you and your favorite way of communicating?
Yes, you can check out my website, joythroughtravel.com. That's www.joythroughtravel.com. And I'm also in the process of launching a webinar, which is next week. I don't know if I can share that link with you in the chat or anywhere.
You could put it in the comments. Yeah.
Oh, I can put it in the comments. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, if people want to come and learn more about the 5 animal qigong and how they support our health, and also help us heal, right? So we can shine our light. So they are welcome to join me next week on the 23rd of October. Is it here? Yeah, I can put it here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, I'm also in the process of creating a masterclass with the 5 animal qigong practices.
So then we have about 3 minutes. At the end of interviews, I like to hold some space for whatever might be on your head or in your heart that you just need to share with people. So what would you like to share as a takeaway?
I would like to share, it's about, because I feel really passionate about the healing and coming into balance, because everything that's happening in our world today is because we all have wounds. Humanity is wounded. And so it is time for healing, and also to bring the distorted feminine and the distorted masculine into balance, because of these wounds, we've got distorted. When I talk about the masculine and the feminine, I'm talking about the energies which are within us. So we all have masculine and feminine energies. And unfortunately, over millennia, because of the wounds, we have, those energies have become distorted. So I really believe that if we can bring those energies into balance and become the divine masculine and the divine feminine, and really truly become centered, because the divinity is within us, right? So if we can access our divinity once again, I think we can create peace in the world.
I love that. Did you have a question, Lori? I just didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I'm just very inspired by, and I resonate with her conversation and who she is and what she brings to the table. So no question, just soaking it in.
Awesome. I want to thank you so much, Ami, for being here with us. Again, I was like, oh, you have 30 minutes. So we're right at the 30-minute mark. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. This was wonderful. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Lori. It was a beautiful conversation. Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye.
So, Lori, I'm going to take a stretch break.
Okay.
It's like, I need to stand up. Oh my God, my legs. I'm trying not to fall over. And I know if I bend over, I might not ever get back up.
I've shifted a couple of times in my chair.
I can feel like a little doll right now.
Right?
Oh, so I will ask that if you need a minute, you can take a minute. I'm gonna go take a minute, and I'll be right back. If you want to entertain for the next minute, great.
I will take that minute and stretch.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna stretch?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody at home, while we take a minute, bio break or stretch break, I encourage you to stretch. Like, how long have you been on your devices? A lot. Okay, I'll be right back.
Good.
I am back. Thinking I should do this every time. After about the three interview mark, I should be like, stretch break, bio break, we'll be right back. So you and I have about, let's look at the time again, about 15 minutes before our next guest arrives. So that means you and I get to have some fun and chat on our own again.
Okay.
As my chair continues to squeak.
The whole morning has been fun, inspiring, uplifting.
I don't like feeling like a ghost. Come on. No, not doing it?
What?
My lighting is being weird.
Doing
Usually
what?
I do this and it works, but it's not working this time. That's fine. It'll fix itself.
Okay.
So, Lori, has there been anything that stood out to you so far today?
So much. And I knew you were going to ask that at some point.
Always.
I think the takeaway is, you know, how we're all this morning, all the speakers and yourself are weaving this story of it's the connection to our authentic self. And like our last guest, Ami, was talking about, nature is us and it's who we are, and it's coming home to that spiritual connection that we need. It's not necessarily connecting, you know, to the physical person, but connecting through them energetically. And like a lot of our guests have had in this conversation that has been interwoven, it's like, how do you feel after you've, you know, talked or been with this person? And we need to be more conscientious and more uplifting about the value of our own energy and what we're leaking into the world.
Oh, I like that leaking word. That was quite the visual.
Right? But it's like, so, you know, it's a common theme. It's a thread. And that's why I love communities like this and conversations like this, because it reminds us to who we are and to, you know, speak our truths and, you know, own our wounds because they're the greatest gifts.
They are. I want to hone in on that word of own, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Many of us who have a message, we're trying to share our message, come to that point where we realize we really need to own our authenticity, to own our message, to own our niche, own this, own that, own the other thing. Do you have any insights or experience in your journey of owning you, your message, your niche, all of that?
Oh, for sure. Like we were talking about earlier, coming from a family narrative of addictions, I had to find the good in that. And I had to own the power of, wow, I lived through poverty, but what we all live through is poverty of thought. And that's become the greatest gift for me to push forward and to own that and to go, oh, where am I poor in my thinking today? Or when I have a thought, I ask myself, okay, what is the possible outcome of that thought? And how do I want it to shift from poverty to wealth thinking?
Mm-hmm.
So like I need to own that all the time and to remember that when we have these financial hiccups in our life, like I'm sure many of our guests do, that we're still worthy and we're not the lack of. We're only seeing it because we're choosing to look through limitations of our mind. If that makes sense, right? And it's like to own the power behind what is this message? Are you really lacking something? Or is it showing you how much wealth you have?
Oh, that just brings me back to that question I wrote to myself. Well, I'm trying to get the exact phrase. I don't remember. See, this is why I wrote it down. If I don't write it down,
The gift of technology.
Not a video. Oh yeah, I remember talking to my daughter earlier. Da, da, da. Where did it go, me? Enough for what? That was how I phrased it. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, having enough for what? I think my journey of owning me, owning my message, owning my niche was a little bit on the confidence side. You know, when you're learning a new skill or trying to put a series of skills together, that does require some confidence.
Right.
But once you're confident in your skills, then all the other part of owning kind of comes in. Like, well, there's a bunch of people saying the types of messages that I'm trying to say.
Right.
Or so you think at the beginning. Or maybe there's lots of people doing the types of thing that you do, or many people having the conversation that you like to have. But if you've noticed throughout this week and through every time we do this Blue Talk show, there's lots of people that talk about mental health.
Mm-hmm.
0 of them are like me, and 0 of them are like any other of the people talking about mental health on here.
Right. I mean, look at the 5 animal qigong and how animals, are representing the organs and anger in the liver, and that's mental health, right?
I know. Yeah. I have a leaking liver, so I'm very familiar with that whole anger. It's like, oh, that explains a lot.
Right.
I'll tell you, I don't know if I told you this, but I have a pattern. I've noticed that's part of owning. I've noticed that I have a pattern of not allowing anger because growing up, I thought anger was dangerous because that was my experience with it. And so I would suppress my anger, yay, liver issues, and I would go straight into sadness. So instead of getting angry because somebody crossed a boundary, but I didn't really know how to create boundaries, I would just get sad and I wouldn't do anything. I'd go cry, I'd go take a walk, I'd go do power vocals, which is probably why I still love them. But I wouldn't let myself feel the anger for more than a couple of seconds because to me it was dangerous. Now I'm registering, okay, have to feel that, have to work through that, got to let it out of the body, release that old version of me. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's such an important message because we talk so much about self-care. And I think sometimes maybe a message that isn't heard in self-care is that self-care is recognizing, okay, I have to do something for me because, overwhelmment has happened. but use self-care as a way to give you permission to come back and look at those emotions that other people are saying, like, oh, well, you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't be sad, right? I mean, and look at, like, okay, why am I spending so much time in nature today? What was it that I wasn't looking at? And then, be energized by nature, but then go back and own the anger, like you say.
Oh, there was this one day I started about an hour before my daughter got home from school. And I did recognize just the beginning stages of this pattern. And so I decided I'm just going to take the next little while. I figured 5-10 minutes to just literally yell out. And my cats didn't like that, but to literally yell out all of the things that made me angry. An hour later, I had just finished and my daughter walked in the door and I have tears streaming down my face. And she goes, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I was like, no, I'm good. I just did a little practice for me. I did not expect it to go like that. And I'm just still feeling the feelings of that practice. And she's like, "What did you do?" Because I taught the same thing to her when she was younger.
Okay.
Because she was going through some things and I told her she needs to feel her anger.
Yeah.
You can't keep it inside you. It will hurt. And she was so young. I was like, your tummy will be sore. You know how your tummy was sore yesterday? It's probably going to be sore again. So like, you want to punch the pillows right now, you can punch the pillows. But punching isn't always the right thing. So we would find different ways to do it. And so when I explained what had happened, she's like, she got it right away. I was like, good. She does pay attention to a few things that I tell her.
But a good mom lesson to teach our children.
I mean, we try. We do our best.
Yeah.
So owning it. Owning it's hard. How do you feel about vulnerability, Lori?
Oh, I'm all for it. Right? Yeah. Because that is an expression of who we are. If we're going to talk about being real and being authentic, then you need to be vulnerable within that. We need other people to be able to hear that, oh, it's okay. Like how you were talking about, we need to make things be healthier, right? Like find the healthy version of mental health. And I think one of the guests, I'm not sure her because there's so many great conversations going through my mind, but somebody was talking about the new smoking. What was that, right? And I can't remember, but
marketing messages. Yes,
yeah.
that was Sophie.
Okay, yeah. So that stood out. Like we need to make what people were saying was unhealthy and say, no, this is the new norm. Let's talk about our anger so that there won't be so much expressed in the world. Right? Let's own it and let's talk it, because once we shine the light on it, it diminishes.
I love this quote from Jennifer. That's a great photo, Jennifer. The only place a feeling can hurt you is when it's left stuck inside. Oh, I felt the gut punch on that one.
Yes. I teach an exercise through NLP on how to have people recognize if their thoughts get stuck internally and how we can kind of release that. So I love that quote too. Yeah.
I was sharing earlier this week that I used to teach my daughter's class in elementary school a vagus nerve stimulation, but I didn't call it that to them. I just told them we're going to learn how to regulate our emotions, have a better relationship with them. And so the first thing we would do is I would tell the kids, because I think of it, I'm a visual person. So I think of it like a braid, and I'm just going to do like the sloppiest, horrible braid. If you have a braid in your hair, if you've ever had long hair, you know that if you try to take the braid out from the top, it just gets stuck. But if you take it out from the bottom, it comes out easily. So my thought process was the same thing with the vagus nerve, right? You work from the bottom, work your way up, get rid of all those knots. So I asked the kids to hold in farts.
Okay.
And they were like, ah, ha, 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 ha. They roared and laughed for about 5 minutes, but they listened and they learned a lot. And the teacher was like, oh, this is something I could use. But again, how do you bridge that conversation between these concepts with different people who might not be open to your topic?
Yeah, and that's one of the other messages that, you would ask me, what am I hearing? What's the message? What's the takeaway? It's that we need to keep having all these different platforms and different people sharing a message so that we can learn to receive.
Mm.
And I think that that's the gift of vulnerability. Vulnerability, when we share that, allows us to receive. And what are we receiving? It's our own messages that we've been running away from. It's our own anger that we run away from, our sadness, all those types of feelings, because they all deserve a seat at the table. They're all there for a reason and a purpose, as we are.
I remember one day a good friend of mine sent me a text, and he's like, "You are the most beautiful, intelligent, wonderful person I've ever met." And my first thought was, "You are so wrong. Like, you don't even know me." And I basically said that in a text back to him.
Right?
And then I thought about it for 3 days, probably the weekend, something like that. I felt awful because I realized he gave me a gift of how he sees the world. It's not up to me to decide what his feelings are and his truth is. And I just denied him all of that.
Mm.
And I also know how good it feels to give somebody a compliment like that.
Right?
And I just took his gift and I was like, "This is the worst gift ever." And I threw it. So then 3 days later, I sent him an apology text.
Oh.
Like, "I'm so sorry. I know better now. I promise not to do this again." But
right? There's so much value in receiving.
So if there was something that you would love the audience to hear right now, along that lines of just giving them a compliment, what kind of random advice or compliment would you give our audience?
To see people as they are and not as the limitations that are in your mind. And even more importantly, to see yourself as you are from in front of the limitations that you've given yourself.
I asked you first because I couldn't think of something. If I was to give our audience members a compliment, I would do this. Okay, we're just going to lean right in. You were loved and you were whole. Like, the stories that you don't want to share, those little pieces that feel uncomfortable to you, that you're like, "Oh, is that too much information?" For the right audience, it's not. So figure out who it is that you're speaking to, which is usually that person who felt hurt, that version of you that felt hurt. Go for them. They need you. They need you so bad because they felt exactly the way that you used to feel. Go love them the way that you love yourself now. Go. I mean, not right this second, but
Well, that's exactly right. Because if we have that little intuition guiding us, going, well, should I? Yeah, that person is there. That's the person who's ready to receive. And they need to be healed through your words.
So I have messages. I'm not sure if that's our next guest. No, it's my game group. It just sends me gifs and memes and reels all day long.
Oh.
I mean, I love them dearly. It's hilarious, but da, da, da.
And how many more guests do we have today?
We have 2 more guests.
Oh, nice.
So
okay.
Usually I wait about 15 minutes, and if they're not here, then we just go right into us playing.
Hey.
So we're just kind of like hover until they show up. If not, we'll just keep going. That's the aim of the game. My job here is to talk for 4.5 hours, and hopefully other people join me.
and receive.
So I want to continue with the compliments. Corey, my apologies. Lori, I would love to give you a compliment.
Okay, I'm ready to receive it.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
And just because I'm thinking about it, where did you go? Look, Lori is in one of the Blue Talks books.
Yeah, I'm in 2 of the Blue Talks books.
The first Blue Talks book. I don't have all of them, but I have a couple of them, and I'm working on getting more. So, Lori, I've known you, obviously, for a few years now. Every time I'm in a room with you and actually hear you talk, because it's not always every time networking, we don't always become in the same breakout group.
Right.
You're just such a kind and open soul. And I love that you talk about mental health. And I love that you do it in a way that just brings that love forward. So people feel like I'm picturing a basket with a fuzzy blanket inside of it, and that you're just carrying around this basket with all the people in it. And you're just like, you're so cute. You carry them to a safer place, like little chicks.
Oh,
That's what I feel from you.
oh, well, that's beautiful. And I will hold that in my heart and thank you. I received that message and it was great to hear. See, it's like made me cry. Wonderful. Tears of joy.
Aw.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. I'm also in the Marie Diamond.
Are
Book.
you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have that one yet either. Like
Okay.
I have the first one, and I think I have it's volume 8. And then I'm in volume 11, but I don't even have that one yet. I have to go buy that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I have a compliment for you then because
Sure.
we have to exchange the energy, right? I
I'm
love
ready
how
to
you
leave.
I love how you speak through the vibration of who you are. And I feel that's where your gift is and your message because I think your vibration goes ahead of you and we feel your vibration and we feel that warmth like you were talking about earlier in your compliment to me. And that's what helps us to lean into what you're saying. So, you have this beautiful vibration. And it's a vibration about life and loving. So to me, because you shared, that personal piece of your story, that was the gift that came to you.
Yep. I'm learning to I love the carrying emoji. Thank you. I know sometimes it's hard to receive.
Yeah.
But we just keep practicing. Just keep practicing. Just keep practicing. Little blue fish. Yeah.
Well, we have 2 ears for a reason. Like, listen more, receive more, right?
I hear that all the time. I was like, no. What do you mean I have to receive double that I give? Yeah. I also do make fun of myself for this one thing that stood out. When my daughter was younger, probably like 10 years old, something like that, we went to the dollar store. We got some snacks. We were out together for the day. And then there's a homeless man who was hungry, like legit homeless man, not the panhandlers who have actual signs and clean clothes and any of that. He was just a guy sitting on the side of the road with an old coffee cup, said he was hungry. Sure, I will share food. Money's a different thing. I don't always have money, but food I had.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that it was only junk food. So I gave the bag of chips that I had bought for my daughter to this homeless man. And then as we were walking down the street, his face lit right up. But as we were walking down the street, I realized I bought that specifically for her because that's what she wanted.
Right.
And then as soon as we crossed the street, I gave that away to the first person who asked.
Mm.
And so I ate myself up over it for years, until I brought it up to her one day. I was like, I need to know what kind of trauma you have. What kind of main memories do you have of your childhood? What stands out to you? So she tells me a couple things, most of which I know and a couple of which I don't. She doesn't remember that day at all. So it's like, oh, good. Like, this is not going to be one of her trauma things. And she's an adult. But I ate myself up over it.
Yeah. That's so common. That's what we do. We put our thoughts and experiences and interject them onto other people, right? Like I used to do that to my kids as well. And then when they were older, I would ask them, so what did you think about that? Because I raised my kids as a single parent. We didn't always have a lot of money on the table and I owned all of that guilt, right? And it's like, oh, but this Christmas is probably the worst Christmas ever, or this birthday or whatever. And then as they were adults, I started asking them and they went, no, I thought that was great what we did that time. I really like this. I really like that. Right. And so we really have to tune in and ask. But a gift from that came to me because when my kids were younger, I was working in the school system. And in the school system, you only at that time got one paycheck at the end of the month. And so I was always really trying to figure out how can I make money go further at the end of November so that I could have Christmas gifts, right? And so I started a tradition that I didn't really realize that was a tradition that my kids still love, and they're adults in their 40s now. And I really celebrated New Year's because I would have more money then. And I celebrated in the way that I would write them a New Year's letter. And I would tell them in my letter to them how much I've seen them grow. And, you know, when they had like anger or whatever, they worked through it. And I hope you see this lesson. And then I stopped writing it for a while and they were like really disappointed. Like, where's my New Year's letter? And so I really got to love and appreciate New Year's at a very different level than, you know, the party atmosphere that we buy into. And it's really about noticing your accomplishments and your wins through your pain. And really, like, you know, we're talking about owning that. And so, you know, same kind of thing. It's like, oh, I bet this was terrible for them. And they don't remember it. They don't remember it because it wasn't their story.
Ooh. Talking about Christmas, I remember being young. I grew up in the 80s, early 90s, okay? Just for reference for people. I really wanted a light bright.
Oh, okay.
I really wanted a light bright. It was like the coolest thing at the time.
Right.
I didn't get it. Next year, I asked for it. Didn't get it. Next year, I asked for it. Didn't get it. This happened for like 6 years in a row.
Uh-huh.
When I was 12, I got the light bright for Christmas. But my parents felt really bad because there was only like 2 presents under the tree.
Yeah.
I got my light bright. I've been waiting for this for years. This is the best Christmas ever. I don't remember the other Christmases.
Right.
I remember that Christmas because then I would light it up and I'd have it plugged into my bedroom and I would have Easter on it and I would have Christmas on it and I would have my birthday on it and I would have all kinds of things. I'd write notes to myself, draw pictures to myself. I love that thing.
See, you are our light bright.
I never thought about that. Bloop, bloop.
Well, that's what you're doing, your connection, and that's your business, and you're lighting us up, you know?
Oh, that's so fun.
So now I shall forever think of you as Laura the Light Bright.
Well, it's better than the nickname Ice Ice Baby. So I really loved the song back when it came out. So people just started calling me Ice Ice Baby.
Oh, okay. How things stick that we don't necessarily want them to stick, right?
Well, it only stuck for about 2 years and then I moved, so I didn't have to deal with it again, but it was fine. Still love the song.
Right.
So, Lori, I don't think our next guest is coming.
Oh.
So what is a topic that is around this whole amplify your message, or anybody watching, if you have questions, we're more than happy to answer your questions.
Sure. Let's see what our listeners have and how many listeners are out there.
I don't know. I just see comments in the comments section, and when they come up, I'll pull them up. So is there anything that you have questions about or that you just want to talk about?
Are you asking me now, or were you looking at a guest?
Oh, no, I can't see any guests, but yeah.
Oh, is there anything that I want to talk about? No, I think we're kind of like, I'm talking about everything that we're meant to, you know, kind of like Roz, I channel things too. I'm also a medium. And I think that's why you were asking me earlier about anxiety. It's like, because I know and I trust I can channel. And I was talking about like, okay, I teach and I just know that things are going to be there, right? But I guess, you know, the message that I always love to talk about is to look at our lives through a healthier window, right? And I'm always for the mental health, right? And I love the word mental wealth.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah. So those are things that I like to talk about.
Yeah. I think if we look at blue, so up there.
Yes.
The idea of bringing many different topics together, many different areas of life together, maybe many different ways of sharing your message together. That concept of the many to the few. I want to know, very nice live. YouTube developer. I'm just going to do that. Hi, nice to meet you. Thank you very much. That concept of bringing things together. I want to know from your life, Lori, where have you needed to make the extra effort or maybe change your mindset so that you can bring different parts of your life together in your business or sharing your life or your skills?
Oh, yeah. I had to do that. And it's something that I still work on because my family origin was so rooted in poverty and the lack of what I perceived to be a lack of money. And so that's something that it's a theme that's always showing up that I'm always working on and needing to level up with. And, you know, it was many years later until I realized and knew through stories of my other siblings was that my parents actually had a lot of money, but because my dad grew up during the war in the Depression, where you have to hoard and save things, he never allowed that expression of money to be there. And so that was one of the stories that I adopted into my life, that there wasn't enough there. And so I had to start looking for, wait a minute, that's not my story. And if I keep thinking that, I'm going to keep growing that story. And I don't want that. I don't want to have the tree of money not to have leaves on it. So, right? So that's a big shift that, you know, has been a constant thread that I've always worked on. And I keep looking for the gift in that. And keep looking, how do I need to reword that? Oh, this experience is showing up because of this. Thank you. You know, it's kind of like looking at the anger, right?
Yeah. Ooh, I wonder if I have any stories like that. I grew up poor. We didn't really have a whole lot of money to save. But what we did do is we saved it a different way. We learned a bunch of the skills so that we didn't have to hire people or buy things.
Okay.
So I grew up fixing washing machines and radios and cars and gardening and hunting and all of those things that you don't necessarily learn in the city. So my husband and I are both country kids.
Okay.
And my daughter's a city kid.
There's a difference, right?
It is so strange sometimes to see the things that she finds difficult.
Yeah.
When that's just the way that we grew up. Like her playing on her own, it's very hard for her. Her going outside to play is not really a thing. She goes outside and she's like, I'm just going to talk to my friends on my phone. Go take a stick that you found off of a tree and poke some mud, because that's what we used to do.
Did you ever play hide and go seek like in the wheat fields and stuff?
We weren't that close to a farm.
Oh, okay.
And the one that we were close to, it was at the top of the hill. But I always had dreams of lions and tigers and bears living in that field, even though we're in Canada. There's no lions and tigers. But I did see coyotes in the woods beside it. So I never wanted to go up that far because it scared me.
Oh, okay. Well,
we would have.
Sorry, go ahead.
We would have neighbors because we were in the country and it was a developing subdivision. That's the word.
Oh, okay.
So there was just a lot of natural growth. So when people moved in, there's still the 4-foot high grass, trees, brush, whatever, we would run through that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in the country, and it wasn't a subdivision. It was the country. If I wanted to go to a friend's place, it would be you walk, you rode your bike or the horse, a long distance. But I didn't experience running water in our house until I was 13. And
That must have been
it was
nice.
electricity. Didn't have electricity in our house until I was 13. No running water in the house until I was 17. So we had to be bused when we went to high school, because we went to a very small country school.
Mm-hmm.
So in grade 10, 11, and 12, we were bused to the next city to take classes. Yeah. And home economics was really big then, where the girls could only learn about cooking and sewing, knitting, and that was it.
Oh, you got knitting? Oh, I didn't get knitting.
And the first day of cooking class, I was assigned the duty of washing all of the aprons and those kinds of things. I did not know how a washing machine worked. My mom had the old wringer washer.
Yeah.
And then after that, she would take us to a laundromat and we'd put coins in. So I didn't know what a washing machine looked like. Mm-hmm. And I just, was looking at all these things, and it might sound, hard to wrap your mind around. But I went to the girls' washroom and I was just burst out crying. It's like, oh, what the frick is a washing machine, right? So stories of growing up and of poverty, and how we own that, and how it's okay to live bigger later, right?
So how has your experience of growing up in poverty, how has that, I don't want to keep saying shifted, but I want to know how it impacted. Let's go with that, because I want more of like the boom, like we need to see this moment. And I know sometimes it's hard to do that. But how has growing up poor impacted the way that you run your business now? We're just going to make it business related.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're trying to bring in the different things and connect them all.
Well, I'm so blessed. I've gotten to the point in my life where I feel so blessed because I lived within that life. Right? So now I can really own it, and I can look at other people where they think they're living from lack and go, that's your beautiful gift. It's not a lack. You chose to see it this way because maybe it kept you safe, and maybe it kept you small, and maybe now the resistance to you receiving what I'm telling you is you're recognizing that that comfort zone no longer holds and fits you. And that can be a good thing, right? That could be a shakeup, and that's the vulnerability.
Oh, I'm laughing at the phrase, the comfort zone. I remember being laid off from my job right before I started my own business.
Uh-huh.
I had my teacher at community college ask me to apply for her job. I had multiple architectural firms in the city go, oh my God, Laura's looking for a job, and ask me to apply for their jobs. I had an interview at my dream company, who I had worked with for years on projects. Right. They already knew me. They already loved me. And it was after that interview, and of course, everybody else saying no, mostly because of industry. Community college was actually because they already had a student teacher. They just needed to go through the process to hire her. And the process was catch all for calls.
Yeah.
Dang, because that would have been fun. But that last interview at my dream company, or so I thought, he's like, why are you here? It's like, because here is where I've always wanted to work since I found out who you were and the type of work that you did.
Yeah.
So they were an architectural company that did a lot of research, that were the first to do many things and bring like net zero carbon, net zero emissions, like all kinds of well design and seed or lead design and all that technical industry terms that basically says sustainable and eco-friendly. Mm-hmm. And so I really wanted to work there because they were at the leading edge. And then after he's like, why are you here? It's like, because I want to be there. He's like, but this isn't your heart's desire. And I'm thinking, but yes, it is. It is. He's like, no, you want to be on stage like us. I can't promise you that. You want to be on the leading edge. I can't promise you that. He's like, what I can promise you is if you do work here, you're going to sit in the chair and do the things that I need you to do on the computer. He's like, you're not going to get to do any of the things that you want. He's like, what are you working on behind the scenes? Because he knew. He knew.
Right.
And so I told him, you know, I want to be on the stages. I have this kind of message. Here's what I want to do with the industry. He's like, go do that. I'm like, but I can't. I need money. He's like, no. You keep wasting your time applying for these things.
Right.
It's like, you know, we all love you. The difference is that this is not for you. You're not going to be happy here. He's like, plus I can't afford to hire you anyway. You're too good for this. I'm like, no. That's the problem receiving, right?
Right.
Best thing he ever said to me was playfully and lovingly telling me to get out of his office. And it was that moment on that I finally decided to start my own business, to do what I wanted and to stop like spinning my wheels in corporate or in 9-to-5 jobs. I was too busy separating my energy into all these different things that nothing was working.
Right.
And that moment was finally like, drop the other things, focus on the one thing that you said that you want, and just go do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So for
it's
those
amazing.
listening, what kind of multiple balls are you trying to juggle? It is hard to juggle. Look, if you gave me Kleenex, I'm serious with this, Lori. If you gave me Kleenex, just 2 of them, and asked me to juggle, it still looks like really bad. I can't even catch the Kleenex to do it again. It's just, I can't juggle Kleenex. I can't juggle anything else in my life. So for those of you juggling, drop the things you don't need. Focus on the ones that you do and that bring you so much joy and so much love and energy so that maybe you can bring the other ones back in. Right?
Because often it's the things that we're juggling that are preventing us from doing the things that we want. Those are like the distractors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My basement was leaking when we bought the house. We didn't know that. I just thought it was sweat off of the water
Oh, okay. Yeah.
tank and underneath the stairs, because that's the pattern that I saw on the flooring. Thank you, architecture background. But when I discovered what was going on, it was a bigger issue. So I'm trying to run my business after just moving 4 times in 5 months. While trying to fix up the house, while trying to manage the paperwork, while trying to manage the family, while trying to get school registrations and doctorate, like all of the stuff and things, to the point that my body kept getting lower and lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do anything anymore April of this year. So we've been in the house a year, September 5th. So not very long. But in April, I couldn't walk because I allowed myself to get that low. Right? Just too many things, too spread out and not focusing. So now, finally, I'm starting to feel more like myself. The brain fog, it was nasty. Do you remember when Corey launched his book?
Oh, the Enlightened Passenger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did that book go?
I just received both of mine. Yeah.
Yeah. When he launched the book, come on, Light. There you go. I couldn't even say his name correctly. And I've known him for almost 10 years.
Yeah.
I said it 3 times in the video, and none of them were right.
Oh.
That's how bad my brain was. And I can laugh now, but at the time it was not fun. It was not cool. I couldn't think.
Right.
And yet I was still trying to run my business.
Yeah. And those things will keep happening until we love ourselves and we just stop and we go, you know what? I matter. Right?
Yeah. Just the last couple months.
Yeah. Wow. Well, see, look at you being Laura Lightbright.
Change my name right now. It's
Right?
not going to be Luna. It's going to be Laura Lightbright. Okay.
And you're back in alignment, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
How do you know when you're in alignment?
Oh, I can feel the energetic shift. I'm connected. And
Well,
it's that, well, it's hard to explain, but
I know, that's why I want you to explain.
It's a feeling of knowingness inside that everything is all right, just the way it is. That's how I really feel that I know that I'm in alignment. It doesn't matter what I see or what I perceive as an obstacle. I think those words aren't even there. And it's just like, I'm good. I used to work with this elder who always had the saying, and he said, today is a good day to die, meaning that he'd forgiven his life and his experiences, and he was just happy with it. And that phrase always comes to mind. And it's like, yeah, that's my alignment. Like, okay, I'm good.
Have you ever watched Star Trek?
No, I'm not a Star Trek fan.
So, there's a race in Star Trek. Oh my God. And that's their phrase.
Oh.
That's their catchphrase. Today is a good day to die.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he was a Star Trek fan. I don't know. But...
Probably. Klingon. Oh my God. I'm a Star Trek fan. I love Star Trek. And my mind was like, you don't get that word, but I need that word. No, not right now. Yeah. Klingon.
Yeah. Well, and aren't we all Klingons? We're clinging on to versions of ourselves that don't work.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there's my play on words.
But as you were describing that feeling, yes, that is exactly how I feel right now. As I finally feel present, I finally feel, it's not that I feel alive, because I have moments that I feel alive, but
yeah,
I once described it as a calm confidence.
Okay.
When I got back from traveling solo for the first time.
Yeah.
I did not grow up traveling, right? We grew up poor. Travel is a fancy person thing.
Well, yeah.
And so the first time I traveled solo, wow, I left the country. And so there's so many new experiences, new people, new things, new cultures, new everything, that when I came back, I was like, I'm a badass. Whew. And it was just this calm confidence, not the excitable me, because I'm always excited about something. Right. But no, it was, I can finally just peacefully enjoy. It was that inner knowing of, everything's going to be all right.
Yeah. Everything is good at this moment. Yeah. It's like, okay.
I just want to feel that right now. Everything's
Yeah, me too. I just took a big sigh.
I'm also playing the song, Everything's Gonna Be All Right.
Oh, okay.
All right. It's a Love Inc. song, actually. The one that's in my head.
Oh, okay. That's good. It's good to have loving songs in your head.
No, Love Inc.
Oh, Love Inc. Okay.
Yeah, from the 90s.
Inc. I just heard Loving.
No, Love Inc.
Okay.
Have you heard of the song Broken Bones or You're a Superstar? It's like 90s dance music?
I don't think so.
Okay. Huge world popular songs. And
okay.
You're a Superstar was one of those songs that got me out of deep, dark depressions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not really good at knowing names of songs. I'll recognize a tune and go, oh, is that a song? Like, oh, I didn't know that, right? So, kind of like how you were saying before that you don't necessarily remember a name. I'm like that with music. Yeah.
I remember some, like usually if I had their CD, you know how they used to tell you what the song was when they play it on the radio?
Oh, yeah. Now they just go right into it. It's like,
yeah, not anymore.
I'll go into stores, because stores are always playing music to sell. And I go, who is that? What's the name of that song? Because I don't know. And they all look at you like you're an idiot, right?
Do you have a favorite song? right now?
Uh,
Or band or singer or something?
well, not really, but for different moods, I guess I was always kind of resonated with a song from Whitesnake. Oh, there's giving away my age.
I don't know what that is at all. What kind of music is that?
Oh, it was a song like from late 50s, 60s. Um,
Yeah, rock
oh,
band. Okay.
what's that?
The rock band.
Yeah. But it was a song about, I can't remember the name or how it goes, but it's a song about it's your journey and you're the only one on the road, kind of.
Ah, I was
Yeah,
hoping you'd lead us there.
yeah, yeah. So I like that song. I don't know if I have one favorite. I have ones that kind of I feel have defined me, and it's like different genres for different kind of moods that you're going through. But then again, I'm not really a big into music thing either.
Oh, you're not. The reason that I asked was usually your taste in music or your favorite band or singer or genre. That tells you who you are. That tells you usually your main way of showing up. Not always.
Well, if I keep thinking about it, just allow thoughts to come. I really liked Frank Sinatra's New York, New York, and do it my way, so
Oh, that one.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, that shows up. But no, I don't think I have a really favorite. And maybe that's because for growing up, like I say, we didn't have electricity for the longest period of time. Like our fun was, I remember this, coal oil lanterns, and we would make shadow puppets.
Yes. I'm really
Right?
good with spiders.
Yeah, yeah. And so I connect to the beats and the energy of music. Oh, that's pretty good. But not really the songs and the titles. I like the energy and the beats of the music.
Mm. Yeah, I like to describe my favorite music as power vocal music because that's the way that I like to sing. But usually they are emotionally charged songs.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
care what language. I don't care what genre. I don't care who's singing.
Right?
It's like I just know that the vocalist knows and is a master at taking whatever the emotion is of the song and putting it into every single word that they speak.
Oh,
It to me it's just beautiful because when I was younger, I didn't really know how to express some of my emotions. And
okay.
so I would re-feel them with the song that I would play. And then
Mhm.
I would sing them so that I could feel the emotion that I didn't know how to label and get the emotion out of me in a safe and healthy way.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't know it at the time.
Right?
I was just like, this makes me feel better. I'm going to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, you heard the message verbally, and I felt the messages.
Actually, I have no idea. Even if I know all of the words, I
Yeah.
don't know what the song's about.
Okay.
Even when it's in English, I still don't know what the song is about. Because to me, music is about the sounds and the feeling of the sounds,
Right.
not the words.
Well, yes, but I also hear you saying like you can name a group, you can name an era of music.
Very few groups. Very few groups.
Right. I'm really thinking like even to like the groups that were part of my era when I was growing up, it's like, oh yeah, but to think about it right now, I don't know who they are. but
I've done enough YouTube searches where you're like, who is that again? And then you have to type it in.
Yeah.
Or you just type in the first line of lyrics and hopefully the song comes up.
Right? Yeah. Well, I grew up in the 60s.
Yes. I grew up in the 80s. A little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to say to my son, actually, he has this very witty, dry kind of sense of humor, and I'd sing some kind of a song, and I'd go, you know that song, and because I sing really good in the key of off, and I would say, you know, Who sings that? And he would say the name, and then he would go, let's keep it that way.
The key of off. That is just so adorable.
I own that.
There you go. Oh, I love that we keep bringing it back in. Okay, so let's focus on blue for a minute, but the idea of business, life, and the universe. How do you blend your business with your lifestyle and your belief systems around spirituality or the universe or religion, whatever it is?
Well, the name of my business is Echo of Yes.
Oh.
And that's, my blend, because I'm always owning the power of saying, having an open mind and being creative and going, yeah, yes to this, yes to this. Even saying yes to no, I don't want more of that. Which is a different way, because I think the vision that I had in my mind when those 3 words came to me for, okay, what am I going to call, this entity as a business? It's like, when you're kids and you have a stone and you throw it in the river and it ripples. That's what I want, right? That's what I want people to be able to feel empowered with, that you feel that yes in the pit of your stomach, like, oh, I can have this message, I can verbalize it, and it ripples into so many other areas of your life, and it grows so that you're just one big yes universe. Yes, I hear you. Yes, I want more of this, and really defining what it is you want more of and looking at that and holding that more often. Like, for example, like I have this beautiful yard that I manifested, and it's full of trees, and I love trees. They're standing tree people. And I need to move because my landlord is selling the place. And I was stuck in sitting out on my deck going, I'm not going to have these trees anymore. I really like these trees, and I really needed to switch that and go, more of this, please. And the more of this for me was not just the trees and having that beautiful visual effect, but this was the energy of what the trees made me feel. And it's like more of this. So wherever I go next, even though I might not have the yard that I had really wanted, it's more important to start having the feelings of which I want.
Yep. That's what I've been practicing here.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, we got rent-evicted, basically. And we were playing the nice, fun waiting game of trying to figure out, can we get a house? Can we not get a house? We have to wait for lawyers. Yay, lawyers.
Yeah.
It took a long time. But in the meantime, we're like, well, what do we do? So we lived with friends until the school year was over, because our lease was up. He's like, you're getting out at the end of the year. So we lived with friends for 2 months. Then my husband stayed there while my daughter and I moved to my mom's house.
Okay.
My mom and dad's. Her and I stayed there for a little bit. Then she moved back to the city because school started, but we still don't have a house yet. Like it was just kind of connecting at that point. And then I moved to the new house so I could renovate before she moved in. I'm like, there's no point in putting your bed in your bedroom if I might have to rip up your flooring too. Yeah. Sorry. So they lived in the city together for 3 weeks. I lived in the house by myself for that 3 weeks and got mom to live with me for a little bit. Like, I need help. So then after that, they finally moved in. Being here, like in a house, I've never lived in a house.
Okay.
I lived in a trailer park growing up. Yeah. And then I lived in a trailer in a subdivision. So like I had 2.5 acres of land growing up in the country, but it was still a trailer. This is like a house with a foundation. It's weird. But now I also have an office instead of a chair like a living room chair in the corner of my bedroom.
Okay. Yeah.
There was no desk. there was nothing. I had a closet right next to me that I couldn't talk with my hands, and that drove me nuts.
Right.
And then just like the Christmas, just before we moved, I got one of those foldable laptop tables. They
Okay.
wiggle a lot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I had my laptop on my lap for years.
Mm.
So to go from that to having a house with a yard
Yeah.
and nobody's smoking, so we can leave our windows open.
Oh. And not having to have upstairs neighbors and downstairs neighbors and
Oh my God, just wow. Like I have an office. I cannot touch the wall. It's right there. But I designed it in a way that I'm in the corner I built the sound wall in front of me.
okay.
It's like, I have an office. Look. Okay, wait. One body me, two body me's, 2.5 bodies to get to my other wall.
Nice.
This feels so good.
Yeah.
It feels like a dream. Oh, okay. One more thing that actually I'm super excited about because I've never been able to do it. Hold on, my hands aren't working.
Yep.
Ugh. Look what I have.
Oh,
It's
nice.
alive. I did not kill it.
Even better that it's alive.
And it means so much to me because we always lived on the north side of the building.
Okay.
There was no sunlight that came in. So having a plant, it always died. Always. It wasn't getting enough light. During the summer and stuff, come on, be nice. There we go. During the summer, we'd get about a foot of sunlight narrowly coming in the windows. That was it. So having a real live plant, two real live plants in an office just for me,
Oh,
it's like a dream come true.
sure. Isn't that nice to embrace that? Yeah.
And I feel my energy shift and I feel me stepping into this. And like, I won this fancy light from Lisa Nichols and I bought this light years ago. And like, I have a setup. I have an office. It finally feels like I'm not a 5-year-old kid pretending.
Oh, okay. So you feel complete.
Not quite.
Completed. Completing.
I need to make an eyeball painting for back here.
Oh, yes. Yeah. When are you going to give yourself permission to have your first eyeball client?
I want to start a social media account doing the commission for myself.
Hmm.
And then that would be the marketing because I would only do commissions. I do not sell prints. I will never sell prints. These are very personal and take a lot of time for one person.
Yeah.
So it would have to be like, you need to ask me and fill out my forms and have an interview before I ever even start that painting. Because it's like mixed medium and all that kind of stuff. And
right.
I might make it cool where the text actually rotates, kind of like a clock.
Oh, okay.
So that depending on the time of day, you might see a different line.
Oh, that sounds very
cool.
cool.
You get a chance to read all of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I want to show the process of what actually goes into these. It's not going to be a $200 painting.
Right.
It's going to be thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot.
Exactly. And if nobody wants to buy that at the beginning, that's fine. I have my gorgeous painting of me and my soul right there.
There's a lot of energetic value that goes into the things that we do.
Oh, yeah. So our next guest is behind the scenes.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Melissa. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. We're having fun. Well, you can join us in having fun too.
I love having fun. Fun is fun. We should all have some.
Yes.
What is your idea of fun? Maybe we can do it right now.
My idea of fun?
Yeah.
Anything that raises the feelings in the room energetically so that we all feel a little more positive and a little happier and a little more connected.
Okay. I have an idea. Do you have a pen beside you?
I do.
Do you have a pen beside you, Lori?
I do, yes.
Just because it's silly and it references past interviewees. So you take the pen, you stick it right behind the front part of your teeth, like that. And then we're going to say, I have to take my note to tell you, we're going to say the tip of the tongue, the teeth, and the lips. And it's going to sound really funny, and I love it.
All right.
The
We
tip
go.
of the tongue,
The
the
tip of
teeth, and
the
the lips.
Tongue,
Tip of the
The
tongue,
teeth
the
and the
teeth, and the
lips.
lips.
the teeth and the-
The teeth and the lips. So while it sounds hilarious and looks funny, it actually helps to, what's the word? Something to do with the muscle of our tongue. Not stretch, that's not the word I'm looking for. We're basically flexing it. We're making it do weird things. We're getting our mouth open. We're getting a little bit more articulate. And it helps with our speaking.
Cool.
I know, right? And we just laughed at each other. It was all good.
It's all good. I mean, that's the point of fun, right?
It is the point of fun.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Melissa, do you want me to call you Dr. Melissa or just Melissa?
Melissa's fine.
Okay. So, I was going to make a Spice Girls reference, and you're neither of the Spice Girls. Okay.
I'm on spicy.
You're on spicy.
Your hair is like cinnamon.
I'll take it. I like
Cinnamon
cinnamon.
spice.
I like red hots.
So I like to start off every interview with a research question because we get to learn a lot about who you are before you ever tell us much about who you are.
Oh.
Okay. I know. So many subtleties that nobody ever knows about.
Hey.
So here's the question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Can I use 4?
I guess.
Well, 2 of them go together. 2 of them go together. How's that?
Sure.
Empathetic, sassy, and no nonsense.
Oh, that works. Okay. Empathetic, sassy. I'm a redhead, so I completely agree. And no nonsense?
Yeah.
And let's try to spell that right. That's a hyphenated word. We totally accept that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Close enough, right?
So empathetic, sassy, and no nonsense. How does that relate to your core message?
Well, my core message is empathy. So what I do is I teach leaders to improve profit, productivity, and innovation through the use of emotional intelligence as formed by empathy. So that's what I do. And as you can tell, I'm not necessarily too serious about it. I'm kind of sassy. I'm serious about my subject, but not always serious about the delivery.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as no nonsense, because it's a subject that kind of gets pigeonholed as being like fluffy bunnies and puppies and rainbows and cotton candy. But it's like, no, it's much broader than that. And there's a lot more to it than that. So I ain't messing around. I like puppies, but I ain't messing around with the puppies. We're talking about empathy as a usable, actionable skill. So that's how it all goes together.
Usable, actionable skill.
Yeah.
Complete with sass. If nobody's
hair tossing. Yeah.
Yeah, we get extra excited and energetic at the very last interview of the day. We're like, yes, it's almost over. We get to stand soon.
Oh no. I feel like I have you guys chained down. I'm sorry.
No, actually it's quite the opposite. We have a lot of fun all day long. Don't ever worry about it. I was telling Lori earlier, this is what feeds my soul. Why would you ever deny me that nourishment?
Yeah.
That's awesome. As it should be. As it should be.
So I love the no nonsense part. And I love that you talk about empathy. I know most people, when they think of empathy, they might think of Brene Brown because she talks so much about shame and vulnerability.
Yep. And
I know as somebody else who loves to talk about empathy as well, that name gets thrown around and you're like, yes, and.
Yes.
So can you tell us what that and part is?
Well, for me, usually it's like, yes, empathy as far as we define it, because there is the Brene Brown, I feel what you're feeling. We're in the suck together. But that's one kind. There's 43 different kinds of empathy.
Oh, wow.
I'm doing my dissertation on it. And there's like way more to it than people realize. That's only one. And like where my research is going is that in order to really understand ourselves and understand other people, which is what this is a way for us to understand, you really need at least 3 kinds of empathy. And that's affective empathy, or the heart. I feel what you're feeling.
Yeah.
Cognitive empathy, which means I logically understand what's going on, but I don't feel anything, or the head.
Okay.
And self-empathy, which is the human. So just one is not enough.
Oh. Can you help me write my TED Talk?
I'd be happy to. Let's just do it together. We'll tag team it.
Well, I had already asked Susan David. Have you heard of Susan David?
I haven't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so she's a Harvard researcher and professor, and she did a TEDx on emotional agility.
Ooh.
And I had already, well, actually, I lie. My daughter, when she was little, I had PTSD, and she kind of had to grow up with that. So one day she had reached into her pocket and pulled out an empty open hand, and she was just like, it's a good day cookie, and she wanted me to eat it.
Oh.
So what I turned it into was this symbol for self-empathy. It's like, in that moment, that cookie represents the thing that makes you feel good, the thing that you need.
Yes.
The thing that helps you get from that stuck place to seeing new possibilities and taking the next step forward. And it would have the 5 ingredients to make it up. Flour, sugar, all that kind of stuff that we'll talk about. But I really want to make sure that it talks about emotion the way that we need to talk about it in that moment. So people like you and people like Susan David, she already agreed that when I get to that point, she's more than happy to help me make sure I get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really important, because these words, they're kind of fluffy to begin with. We think we know what emotions are until someone says, give me a definition. And then it's like, well, it's kind of this, but it's kind of not. And I thought it was. So, I mean, that's the first hurdle, is first we got to pin it down. What is it? But then on top of that, it can mean so many different things to so many different people. So making sure you're saying it correctly so that other people get it. It's just making sure we're on the same platform before we try to step on the train. That's it. And so I actually really applaud you for doing that. It helps clean up a lot of confusion. Like, for instance, people get really confused with empathy and compassion.
Ooh, yes.
But they're 2 really different things, because empathy, so assuming we're using emotional empathy, I feel what you're feeling. Yep. Chances are it's going to make you feel uncomfortable, because it's a hard feeling. We're dealing with grief or depression or death or something. Well, when you feel that hard feeling, that discomfort, you feel really uncomfortable. In response to that feeling of discomfort, we do something. The doing something is compassion. Empathy is what you feel. Compassion is what you do. But you can't really pin down what kind of compassion is needed unless you first plug in with empathy. So, yeah, I mean, actually defining and pinning this stuff down is really important, so we can all speak the same language.
I love it. Can you give me a little bit of clarity on a video that I saw from Brene Brown, just because it was visual and I'm a visual person? So she had compassion as, there's this thing, let's say you, Dr. Melissa, you were at the bottom of this pit. There's a ladder. And compassion is people at the top of the ladder looking down into the pit going, I see you. And then empathy was them crawling down the ladder to sit with you at the bottom. Yes. I was like, oh. I just want to make sure that this is clear. How does your definition in that video compare?
Because with empathy, so the crawling down into the pit, that's the being in the suck, which is what Brene Brown talks about. We're in the suck together. You're not taking responsibility. You're not passing judgment. You're not trying to fix it. You may not even be saying anything. You're just in the pit together. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So the people at the top being able to look down and say, I see you. And because I see what's going on, I can now help you. I can do the thing that's going to help you. But I'm not necessarily in the feeling with you. That's why it's so important to get down into the pit and understand what the feeling is to begin with. So you know whether you need to hand down a ladder or a rope or go get a helicopter. Because the way you show that compassion could be very different depending on what's going on at the bottom of that pit.
I'm going to add an extra dimension to that. So one of the things that I love to tell my clients is, because I work with emotions through people's stories, is when you explain yourself as being stressed, how many different emotions are you actually trying to describe?
Yeah.
That's like a catch-all phrase, okay? It's like saying, I feel some sort of way. That's not clear at all. Like, can you be a little more specific? Are you feeling frustrated? Are you feeling sad? Are you feeling depressed? Maybe you're just confused. But if you start to use that next level, that slightly deeper understanding of what you're actually feeling, then if you're telling me you're stressed, but really you're just overwhelmed, you do not want more advice and more things to do. You want less. But if you're frustrated, you want the right thing to do and to help you clear away the clutter of the other stuff, right? So having the proper words for what's going on and not the catch-all phrases does exactly what you just said. Helps us to understand what you need from us and what we can actually share in that moment.
Yes, exactly. And you're pinning it down, you're defining it.
Yeah.
What is it? I can't tell you what you need until I can actually define what the issue is. Otherwise, I'm just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping something works. And maybe it will, but maybe it won't. No, this is awesome. I'm such a nerd about this. We can talk about this all day long if you want.
I have meeting after meeting after meeting today, so it won't work today, but maybe next week.
Some other time. That's all right.
I'd love to have you speak to my students. I teach an addictions program.
Really? Well, I would love to, because my goal is just to speak everywhere and get this out as far and wide as possible. I think of it more as a personal quest than anything. You know,
I'll connect with you later then.
I would love to, Lori. That'd be fantastic.
Well, awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Laura. You see, connector.
Yeah, I'm right. You missed the reference from earlier. So, Melissa, earlier this week, we were having a lot of people talking the same way you were, where you're like, I need the conversation around this to change. So if you could think maybe in a year, 2 years, 5 years, where do you want the mass population conversation around this to go, or to, like, what's that milestone you're trying to hit?
I want people to actually understand how important this is in every single aspect of life. Mm-hmm. It's one of those things that it kind of gets treated like a first aid kit. We only pull it out when it's death and destruction and blood and gore. Mm-hmm. But because you're dealing with a human emotion, it actually works on the full spectrum, including in the positive. So we kind of forget about it, and that it's like all aspects of life. And that's what I want to see happening. Research says we have 7 to 9 opportunities to interact with people with empathy every single day. So if it's hard for people to be able to do it when it's dark and it causes discomfort, let's start with the light. Let's start with the happy and with propping each other up and actually celebrating the good things. Then when we have to do the hard work, when we do have to pull out the first aid kit, we already have practice with it. We already know what we're doing. And it should just infiltrate everything. I don't care if it's business or home or school or hanging out with your cats or whatever it is. If I could get the message out to just let this infiltrate everything, that's what I would do.
Nice.
I had a visual a couple days ago when we were also talking about emotions. Have you ever watched the movie Inside Out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that movie. I haven't seen the second one yet. Please don't tell me. I can't wait.
I haven't either. So.
Oh, okay, good. So you and I both know that for every emotion, there's the opposite emotion. But just like in the movie, Joy holds hands with sadness and takes her everywhere. They're always together, just 2 different ends of the same stick. So earlier this week, I had this visual with the pens. I was like, okay, this is neutral, right? If my hand. And what happens is when we feel some joy, we feel that same level of sadness, right? So no matter which one we are focusing on, there's always going to be an equal and opposite. So if you're neutral, right, it doesn't go like this. It goes like this, no matter where you are. So when we were talking actually about being super playful because we talk about really deep topics. And you can't have one without having the other.
No.
So then when you're there, you're like, I now opened myself up to be able to feel up here. Hence the pen, right?
Absolutely. No, that makes perfect sense because it's always on a spectrum. There's always two sides to it. And you're right, it's equal and opposite.
So where do you, in your experience, where do you feel people trip up in that conversation around emotions, especially around empathy when it comes to themselves?
So self-empathy, it's just a tricky thing in our society. If you're showing empathy for another person, generally we react in three ways. Either we lean into it and we feel the empathy,
Mm-hmm.
or we figure out a way to numb ourselves so we don't have to feel anything, or we back away from it and we deflect. So leaning into it, we already get, you're in the suck, right? Numbing, as a society, we're very good at it. And Brene Brown talks about that as well. Backing away and deflecting is when you say something to make yourself feel better instead of the other person. And that's where you get the, oh, well, at least he didn't suffer very long. Or the, well, everything happens for a reason. It wasn't said to help the person who needed the empathy. It was said to help yourself feel better. Now, when you're dealing with self-empathy, because you can't back away from yourself, you're stuck with you no matter what you do. So you have two options. Either you lean into it or you numb. And a lot of times we do choose to numb, which causes other problems. In the Joy Luck Club, Amy Tan says, I did not erase my face all at once. I rubbed it out slowly over years. And that's what continued numbing does. You lose yourself in it a little at a time. The problem is to be able to show yourself self-empathy. A lot of times you got to dig through a lot of layers. So the first thing you do is compare yourself to other people, to something else, to an ideal, to something. When you make that comparison, because we're humans, comparison, we're just looking at two things, but then we judge it. One is judged as better or worse or different or something. And as soon as that judgment comes in, that's where you have a problem, because empathy and judgment cannot exist in the same space, even if that space is only inside of you. So now we're having to dig through rock layers, right? First there was comparison, then there's judgment. The judgment causes shame. Why is it causing shame? Because I was taught this way as a child. Well, why does that matter now? Because, so you're having to dig down to be able to show yourself self-empathy. First, you got to get to the root. And then beautiful flowers grow out of the dirt, but first you have to dig into that dirt.
Was it one of our, okay, Lori, you'll have to help me out with this. Was it a reel I watched, or was it our interviews today where they were talking about the lotus in the mud?
Yeah. That was Ami?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
I was like, I don't know where this content came from. I just remember it being like.
Yeah, absolutely. Same kind of thing. Except for in this case, it's the digging, because you've got to dig through the layers of dirt to be able to get to the root of the problem. And then you can start to feel self-empathy. And once you feel self-empathy, you can show self-compassion.
I want to go back to those deflecting phrases for a moment.
Yeah.
I was taking a self-compassion course just because I wanted the reminder, and I've been feeling better, and I wanted to make sure that I was maintaining my upswing. So I attended it. I've already had this training multiple times. Doesn't matter. I was in a space. It was great.
Yeah.
One of the things that bugged me, and then I asked them to change afterwards in a feedback form, was exactly what you were saying about those deflecting statements. They were trying to find statements of when you're in a mess, when you're just feeling like you need some self-compassion, some self-empathy. Here are some things you can say to yourself. Other people have it worse, or something along those lines. And I'm just like, oh my God. First off, why would you say that? Second off, why would that be the first thing you put on the list? Yeah. The other ones were great. The other ones were really good. It was about like, this isn't going to last forever. I just need some support right now. Who can I talk to? Those kinds of nice supportive things. So I wrote them. I was like, if you're going to include something like this, put it at the end.
Yes.
Like you can't just start with that. Your brain will not let you do it.
Right.
I was like, please start with these other ones. And if you want to keep it in your slide, put it at the end.
Well, it's just that as soon as you put two things against each other, now you're comparing. Well, I have a bit better than this. And the second you compare things, there's a judgment. My situation is better. So now we're going down the same rabbit hole. So why even start down that rabbit hole? Why not just step around it?
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Oh, of course. And then there's I love this. People are talking about mental health. So there's so much mental health conversation right now about those statements. About, well, is this actually helpful? Or is it exactly what you just said? Is it helping me as the person saying it and not the person I'm saying it to?
Yes, exactly. Well, and that it actually brings up the difference between empathy and sympathy as well.
Ooh, yes.
So empathy means in feeling. I am in the feeling with you. And the way I like to describe it, or the way I've heard it described, is it gets me out of my bubble and into yours. But the point is, when I walk into your bubble, I'm leaving mine behind. Empathy, there's room to focus on one person. That's it. Sympathy means with feeling. Now, the problem is, yeah, I'm with you in that feeling, but I'm still in my bubble and you're still in yours, which means that now the focus is split. And I'm going to be looking at your situation through my lens, which is then how you end up with phrases like, oh my God, I'm so glad that didn't happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Or, oh, just wait. You think that's bad? Let me tell you what happened to me. Because you're making those judgment comparisons. We don't even know we're doing it. It's like just what we do as human beings. And it's why medical professionals are actually trained to stay away from sympathy. It's really negative because of the judgment aspect. And if you're in a hospital and you are having potentially the worst day of your life, the last thing you want is for someone to approach you with judgment and pity. Because pity is just another kind of judgment that says, oh, your situation's that bad. Nobody wants that.
Nope.
So that gets thrown in there too. Since we're doing definitions today.
No, I love definitions.
Yeah.
If I do any sort of training or writing a blog, it usually starts with a definition.
I just think it's important because it all gets lumped together and they're really different things. You know, sympathy actually in the literature, in the research and stuff, it's taken very negatively. So to give someone sympathy isn't necessarily a good thing.
I think you've added some clarity to an experience that I had. So I was in a bicycle accident, and while still laying on the ground, I'm not even in the ambulance yet, one of the paramedics said to me, if you were any other person, you'd be dead right now. Nothing else about that accident was traumatic to me except for that sentence.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Well, how could it not be?
I was like, wait, this could have turned out differently. It just, because he said that, he made the situation more real in the moment while the adrenaline was slowly starting to fade. Like, worst possible moment to say it.
Yeah. Well, and there's that comparison again.
I was like, oh God.
Yeah, really. No, they do. They in top hospitals, they train people to stay away from sympathy so that doesn't happen. Yeah. So I'm really sorry that happened because it shouldn't have. But
I learned a lot since then. Obviously.
Yeah.
But in the moment, yeah, it just, because I did think about my daughter being 17 months old at the time. And I do remember like seeing the telephone pole coming at me and trying to dive around it. Like I can play that, but that was never the part that would drag me back. It was always the feeling that I had after he said that, just for the fact that it finally felt real and that it could have been permanent. Other than that, it was just a thing that happened. Unfortunate. I lost a day off of work, week off of work, whatever, but it was the phrase.
Well, and my thing is always, if it happened to you, then it's happened to others. And maybe not everybody was quite as resilient with it as you were.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't think I was resilient with it. I think I took it really bad. I didn't know how to ask for help for years. It was not great.
well, but
But
you're
it was
there.
also the 6th time I almost died, so it's not like I haven't been there before.
Yes, I don't know all of your story, but I've been following some of your story and the near death excitement that you've had.
You're just excited.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just I've appreciated learning about you around the edges.
Yeah. Yes, it's definitely interesting. But I love this. So empathy, sympathy, compassion, completely different things, completely different energies and intentions behind them.
Huge. So much of it just has to do with the focus. Is the focus on you or is the focus on me? The focus is completely on you and we are in the moment and in your emotion. It's empathy. Is the focus on me and making me feel better or feeling like I have to say something or I have to do something? It's probably not going to be quite so positive.
So do you want to play with me for a moment and get creative?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I was like, I think you're the perfect person for this. So if you could create your favorite, we're going to change perfect to favorite way of sharing your message, anything, like think completely unrealistic. Rub a genie in a bottle, snap your fingers, whatever you want, whether it's a project or a method or whatever. If everything was super fun and super cool, how would you love to share this message?
I would do it through music.
Ooh.
I would find a way to do it somehow through music. And
do you play an instrument?
I do. I was a professional musician for a long time. So yeah.
Do you sing?
I do.
Do you write?
Some, not so much. I was a classical musician, so I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You don't have a whole lot of words.
I always get that response. Oh.
No. I said, oh, I love classical music, but I said, oh, because that means that there's not a lot of words in classical music.
Well, it depends because I also did the cover bands and I did the punk girl thing and I thought I was Joan Jett for a while. And, I was in B-52's cover band. And
oh my God.
So I did the whole thing. But as far as writing music, if I was going to write, it would either be something super popsy along the lines of like the B-52s, or it would be a little more classically oriented, which the thing is, if I'm going to stir emotion, I'm going to want something that's going to speak to people. Like I want to walk in and start with something like About Damn Time by Lizzo or,
About Damn Time.
Yeah. Something like that. But people naturally tap into music. They get it. So if I could do it any way that I wanted to, that's what I'd do.
So is that a wish? Should I put that out to the world? You already did.
Well, it's been kind of marinating for quite a while, so I think it's already out there, honestly.
Okay, good. So then I will let you know that singing is part of the way that I would love to share my message. I'm just still scared to do it in public. So actually, I started singing my intros to the Experts Bootcamp. So if you want to see it, you have to attend.
I will be there. I will be there.
Usually on Sundays, I will sing it. Try to sing it in 60 seconds because that's how long we have to introduce ourselves.
Nice. Oh, I wouldn't miss that. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. I recorded last year's properly because you can't sing on Zoom. Not really. You didn't know well. No. So I recorded it separately for those who wanted to hear the actual version of it. So it's like, I'm just going to record it in the hallway of the Blue Talks event that was in Halifax. And there's like workers going by clicking doors. So I had to keep doing it. Like, it's fine.
That's all right. It should be fun. See, we're back to fun again, too.
It is fun.
Fun is fun. We should all have some.
So music. Got it. Oh, Lori, do you have any experience with empathy or compassion or sympathy?
I do. I was listening to Melissa there talking about compassion is doing, and then your story of an accident. And I was in an accident once many years ago where a deer had actually gone through the windshield of my vehicle and it went through the passenger side, right? And the point that I want to make is that I was frozen and the car was in the middle of traffic. And these people, I could hear them telling me, get out of the car, get out of the car. But I was immobilized. I couldn't move. And this one person that was there, who was a volunteer firefighter, said, just a minute. And he went to his vehicle, and, universe putting everything in place that it needed to be, came back with this little puppy. And he says, here, I need you to take my puppy. And I immediately needed to go. And I found that, and I needed to love that puppy. And I opened my vehicle and I got out. So that's what I hear, the doing, the compassion. And, that's my story.
That's amazing.
Fantastic story.
Yeah. And I thought, what a true gift. And I thought he should be teaching other people how to get somebody who's frozen to have their own empathetic response, a self-healing, right?
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate that he tapped into what was going on with empathy first, because if his way of compassion had just meant to drag you out of the car, he probably would have done more harm than good, even though he thought he was doing the right thing. Well intended, not very well executed. But by tapping in with empathy with what you needed, he got you to help yourself in the way that you needed most. So that's when compassion really, really works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the other people were trying to open the door and like you say, haul me out. It's like I wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah. No, you needed to tap into what was going on, be in your feeling for a moment to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that guy deserves a medal because he's
right?
Yeah.
I actually, found, because he mentioned where he had lived, and I remember that, and the things that stick in your mind when you're going through an accident. And he had the dog, and so I sent him dog food because it meant so much to me to have that person there and to do that. It was such a huge gift, right? It's like I gotta pay it forward. So I did a lot of research and I found him and I sent his dog food.
Aw, but that's perfect. That's so cool. I mean, it's things like that happen, and nobody wants to have those sorts of things happen. But yet on the other hand, the incredible connections that we can make through them really do transform us as human beings. Because now, even as you're telling that story, I can feel some of what went into it and what happened, and
right? Yeah,
it makes me a little bit different because of it, in a good way.
What kind of puppy was it?
Good question.
I just want to know.
I think he was kind of like a German Shepherd, but I can see him and I see the colors. But when you say what kind of puppy, it was just the warmth and the love. That's the kind of puppy it was. And it had this energy and it was moving around like, I've got something to share with you. But when I try to, in my cognitive mind, go back there from who I am right now, which is, I think, also an important lesson with empathy and sympathy, is I believe it was a German Shepherd.
Yeah. Aww.
Yeah.
German Shepherds are very loving and protective, and they just get you in the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a German Shepherd at all. No.
Yeah.
Aw. So, Dr. Melissa, we have about 7 minutes. I want to know which ways you've already shared your message. So obviously you're here at a podcast.
Yeah.
You accepted Lori's offer to probably speak. So you speak too. Do you also have a book?
I do, and it should be coming out hopefully soon. It was already supposed to be out, but my poor editor is in Florida, so he's been dealing with his own stuff. So if the book is late, I'm all right with that. But it's called The Empathic Leader, How EQ via Empathy Transforms Leadership for Better Profit, Productivity, and Innovation. And I have sketches for 6 more. So hopefully that's just one of many.
Nice.
Was that your first book?
Yep.
You didn't do any Blue Talks books? I thought you did.
No, not yet. I think I'm supposed to have something in by November.
Oh, so you are planning on doing it. Nice.
Yes. Yep. I just haven't gotten there yet. So I do write. I have my own books. Book someday. We're putting that out to the universe too. So,
Yeah.
and a couple articles in Authority. So, and then speaking. I get to go to Oxford in 2 weeks.
Nice.
Yay!
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your other guess?
I'm always like a Muppet. I'm like Anna. Like I just get excited. But yeah, so speaking, writing, being out in the world, I like to think of it as being an ambassador for empathy. So I'm happy to talk to people one-on-one. I am happy to talk in groups. I'm happy to talk in small groups. I don't really care. I just want to get the word out.
What a beautiful message to get out too. Yeah, the world needs more of that.
Yeah, big time. I think so too. So, but the good news is that the beginning of empathy, like the very, very proto part of it, is what's called emotional contagion. So, when you walk in a room and like there's the little kid in the back and they just do the full body giggle and they laugh and like the whole room lights up, even the crusty old dude in the morning or in the corner kind of cracks a smile. Well, that's emotional contagion. And it's the very beginning of empathy. So if we get out there and we're showing empathy, it's going to spread.
That's why I smile at strangers. We were talking, about compliments earlier. One of my favorite things is to just see a random person walking down the street as I continue to hiccup, find something that I genuinely like about this person, and then compliment them.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, wow, Melissa, like the color of your glasses really brings out your hair color. Usually I say eye color, but I can't see your eyes.
So they're green. See, I'm using as many different colors as possible.
But you're also this big on my screen.
Oh, well, that doesn't help
I've
at
got, lots of things.
Well, yeah, and the way people light up when you do that. I mean,
I love
you
that.
can just tell you changed their entire day. All of a sudden, they're like, they walk a little taller, and they smile, and even though there's an occasional one that's like, what? It's worth it for the one that's like, thank you.
That was me when I went to Boston. There was this lady who had gorgeous maroon braided hair and she had it up in like fancy buns. And I was like, oh my God, I love your hair. And she just looked at me like, who are you talking to? A crazy person. And I'm just like, la, 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 walking through the train station.
Yeah, but you were making the world better. So if she just wasn't ready to hop on your train yet,
that's okay.
It's all right. You
I know not everybody's like me. But the amount that they say about Boston of people not being welcoming, they're just talking to the wrong people. I can't tell you how many complete strangers I talked to for a very long time. And they were all lovely and so helpful and just, I loved it.
Yeah.
Empathy, compassion, sympathy, it all comes in.
Right.
So I want to make sure that we save time for knowing where to find you. And can you tell us what your favorite way of communicating is?
Absolutely. The easiest place to find me is at my website, and that's EQ via VIA empathy. And I just call it that because it's a lot shorter than saying EQ through the use of empathy, because we don't need more long websites.
No.
So if people go there, they can connect up to my LinkedIn, they can connect up to my Instagram. I have a YouTube channel where I'm constantly trying to put content out there about this. And it's just kind of an all-in-one shop. So if anybody wants to find me, that's the place.
Awesome. So we have about 2 minutes left. I like to save space at the end of an interview for anything that's on your heart or in your head that you just need to share. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
To don't be surprised if you're really digging in on empathy for the first time, that it takes a little bit of courage. It's not this soft thing that it's got the reputation for. See, here's the no nonsense again. It's not soft. It's not, it allows us to connect as human beings, but it's not fluffy. So have courage and don't be afraid. Don't back off of it. Lean into it. It's supposed to feel uncomfortable, and that's okay.
Power skills, not soft skills. Power
Exactly.
skills.
Darn Skippy.
So, do you mind me inviting you to end the show with us?
No, I would love to.
Okay, so usually at the end of the show, I know you haven't been here for long. You've just been here for your interview. But I love to wrap up with anything that stood out to us during the day. So since you were last, what stood out to you during our conversation today? The puppy, obviously.
Well, but more than that, the willingness of you both to be vulnerable. Lori was talking about the puppy, you was talking about your bike accident. And in talking about this subject that is vulnerable by nature, which is one of the reasons that people back away from it. So just I really appreciate you both being willing to embrace it with both arms and be vulnerable, be open in a place that is very public. So that stands out to me a lot. That makes you both very courageous in my book, and I appreciate that greatly.
More validation for everything I do. Yeah.
Skills.
My whole deal is courageous connection, where we talk about emotion and I teach people about vulnerability. I have to be that example.
Well done. I mean, you walk the walk and talk the talk, and not everybody does. So good job. Seriously.
Thank you. Lori, what about you? What stood out to you today?
Oh my gosh, there's so much, but I think the biggest message is saying yes. Saying yes to standing out, saying yes to having the courage, saying yes to vulnerability, right? I think that's the message that everybody shares and everybody within the Blue Talk community brings. We're saying yes. And we're going to sit here and watch you be uncomfortable. And, it's kind of like the empathy and the doing, right? It's like, great, right? If you're uncomfortable, I'm doing a good job. So I'm going to say yes to more of that and hope that you find the roots of who you are and dig into that deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think one of the patterns of today was anything along the lines of that worthiness, that courage of looking into ourselves. I know you mentioned that earlier, Lori, as we were recapping during another chance that we had to just her and I chat, but just kind of bringing it back in. I want to remind people that confidence, worthiness, not the same thing. Knowing ourselves, that authenticity, that word that we just keep throwing everywhere. There's so many layers to that. And these conversations keep just adding to those layers. So we can see it as something that is multifaceted and not that one narrow focus. It's like, love ourselves. I love that. The thing that really stood out to me, one of the things that really stood out to me is, I don't think I've actually ever seen Roz cry. I'm usually the one crying when Roz and I are together. To see somebody who has a lot of similarities with myself struggle with the same things and feel the same things like that, it's like I'm looking at not necessarily a future version of myself, but another expression of who I am, even though I know we're not the same people. It's like, I can get through it. It does feel good on the other side. So thank you, Roz, for being vulnerable with us earlier. And just like, I love seeing the human beings behind the skills, behind the business. It's not all about our messages. It's not all about making money. It's not all about all the things that the industry may tell us that it is. It's us connecting as human beings to other human beings. Plain and simple.
The human beings are the business.
Exactly. They're the business. They're the reason for business.
Yeah.
They're the result of business. So
I think that's what's called a drop the mic moment.
Okay, ready?
Ready? I want to drop the whole doggone cup.
Sorry for the loud noise. Okay, so I just want to say thank you to both of you. Thank you, Lori, for being my co-host. We had a lot of time to spend together, and it was a delight every moment. We spent the first 45 minutes, Melissa, and I didn't even look at the clock. I forgot. Our first guest was a few minutes late, and I didn't even notice. So
we just chatted. It was great.
It was great.
Cool. Well, you got to actually connect with each other. That's fantastic.
Exactly. And then thank you for bringing your definitions and bringing some clarity for topics that are talked about or are starting to be talked about, but we want to make sure if there's going to be a conversation that you're on the same page, that you're using the same terms and same definitions so the concepts can continue.
Mhm.
Yes. So thank you. Love that.
It's my
And also,
pleasure.
yeah. And thank you to everyone watching live or on the replay, whenever it is that you see this. We appreciate you so much for being a part of this community, for getting involved with everyone that co-hosts with me or with any of our interviewees. All of them are amazing and have something to share. So this is day 4. Day 4 is over. Tomorrow we actually have a different host and co-host because I'll be busy emceeing the boot camp, which means Ani gets to be the main host tomorrow. I will not be there. Ani's going to do it. And then Ani's co-host is Monica. So they're going to have some fun. Don't worry, it's not going to be like me. I told her if she wants to open with my opening question, she can. And other than that, have fun. Pretend you're in somebody's living room and just have a conversation. Get to know the people. And I know that she's wonderful for that, so I can't wait. Join her and Monica tomorrow for day 5. Same bat channel, same bat time, 10 a.m. Eastern to 2:30 p.m. Eastern, Facebook, LinkedIn, and on YouTube. Much love, everyone. And if you're joining us on the weekend, I will see you there. Bye.
Bye.
And then I sing and dance as we end the stream.